Before the Bravos is live 1 hour before first pitch. It's an extended version because it is a colossal game. Hello, everybody. Calvin Cristoforo and Nick Galley high above Doran Park, getting you set for the winner-take-all Game 3 of the West Division Final between the Bourne Braves and the Cotuit Kettleers. Nick, I know I couldn't be more fired up than I am right now.
I haven't slept in 24 hours or however long it's been since the last time I've slept, which was a while ago.
That is fair. That is same for me. Same goes for me. I haven't slept until the last time I've slept.
Exactly. So
yeah, that's
it's been a while.
That's a fair point.
It's been up for 2 days straight. Actually, ever since the series started, no sleep.
Really?
Just series started on Friday. Spent
all
day
awake.
awake.
So today at like 10:30 a.m.
Yeah.
You were awake.
Awake, yeah.
Okay, all right. I just want to, I was trying to.
Ignored your text.
Okay.
Ignored it.
I'm just asking.
Ignored it. Yeah, I was wide awake.
Okay,
wide awake.
all
I was
right.
actually running a triathlon, or like the marathon part of a triathlon.
I think you could have convinced the people that you were sleeping, but I don't think you could have convinced anybody that you were running a triathlon at 10:30 in the morning.
I have done a half marathon. I will say that.
Okay, so now you're admitting that you were not doing a triathlon.
Wasn't today. Today was the rest day. Yesterday.
This point is getting all jumbled up. It is.
Just, we got to get that in before anything. But yeah, no, I'm pumped for this game. It's nice to have a before the Bravos that's extended.
Yes.
Get more of our thoughts out there.
Yes.
Than, if people weren't annoyed with them enough. So we're going to get more today.
Yeah.
Pretty much like, what, three times as long? We usually do it 20 minutes. This is 60.
Yes.
That's why, did good math. Did good math class, so.
So it's an extended version as the crowd is already filling in. We're about 50 minutes before first pitch, maybe a little bit more than 50 minutes before first pitch between the Braves and the Kettleers. And this bleacher section, I wouldn't call it a bleacher section. This grass section where the chairs are set up, the folding chairs, if you've been to Doran Park, you know exactly what I'm talking about, is being filled in. I saw a couple of the players when I walked in with them about 3 hours before first pitch, so 2 hours ago, they were dropping off and setting up chairs for their host families so they'll have a spot to sit in, and that crowd is filling in. You got to get here early if you're planning on showing up to the park tonight, especially in a big game, a deciding Game 3, because we know one of two things is the extent of how big this game is and how well Kettleers fans travel. So it's going to be a big atmosphere. There's about 21, give or take a couple, maybe 2150 here at Doran Park on Friday night. There was around 2,800 in Cotuit yesterday. I expect a bigger crowd than that here in a deciding winner-take-all Game 3.
Yeah, and there's no other game tonight. I mean, this is all you got going on the Cape, so you would expect some Brewster fans.
I was going to say, you're going to expect some Teal in the crowd
Yeah,
tonight.
Maybe even some Harwich fans just because they have nothing to do tonight. And,
that was cold. That's a low blow right there.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's a little bit cold.
I don't work for Harwich, though, so it's really not... really not going to affect my salary at all. So, but yeah, I mean, this is going to be a huge game. There's no doubt about it. With the way the season series has gone and the way this playoff series has gone, something's going to happen tonight. Weird. Just something weird.
I hope the weird thing works in the Braves' favor. You know what weird is? We don't know the starting pitcher officially right now. We can give you narrowed down to a couple of guys or one guy we think it's probably going to be, but we don't know the official starting pitcher. I see Theo Bartolomeo, the MLB scout liaison, walking what looks to be a lineup card from the third base dugout into the first base dugout. So when that lineup comes out to you, when that starting pitcher comes out to you, we will get that right away. Let's check if it's in yet. We're going to be, doing a little bit more things. We're writing down the lineup card, getting it into you. We still don't know the starting lineups for either side. We don't know the starting pitchers. But let's get into that conversation a little bit. We believe it to be one or two guys, either Jake Bennett, the big lefty from Oklahoma, who has been spotty at times, but overall, a excellent year from the left-hander, an ERA just a tick under 3. Or is it going to be the Hamptons League phenom, Matt Jasek, who came onto the scene about a week ago and, pitched 6 innings, at the time the longest Braves outing of the year, and gave up 1 run against this very Cotuit team?
I would love to see Jasek. I think, for me personally, Jasek's the no doubt guy you should go
Okay,
with.
Tell me why.
Obviously, he had success against this Cotuit team. You also know me. You know I don't like when a guy goes, against the same team within the span of...
Yes, I was going to get to that. So what's different with Jasek today?
The differentiator for me is Jasek was outstanding. I think this is a guy who's relatively fresh in terms of, Cape League baseball. He's only made 1 appearance.
Yep.
So I think he's relatively... I know he pitched in the Hamptons League. I know he's had summer ball experience out here, but I feel like he's relatively fresh. But the big thing for me is Jake Bennett, just kind of his mechanics. You know, this is a guy who is pretty slow to the plate in the grand scheme of things. Mike Roberts is going to run all over Jake Bennett if Bennett gets the nod today. And that's just kind of a no-doubt thing, I believe. I think it's definitely going to happen if Jake Bennett's out there.
Okay, yeah.
Also, you look at it, suppose Bourne does take the win today. You send Jasek out. He goes 5 or 6 strong innings. You get the win. You're playing Brewster tomorrow. You
can't think about tomorrow.
I know you can't think like that, but if you're in the position where you kind of can, like it's between Jasek and Bennett right now. You throw Jasek out there.
There is no tomorrow. There is no.
I know. I've said that too, but I'm looking at it now. If suppose Jasek goes out there, has the start that we saw him have the other night against the same
team. And that's assuming a lot. That is
assuming a lot, but we know Jake Bennett has prior success against Brewster. He pitched in that Brewster game.
Pitched twice against him.
Yeah. So we know he can pitch against Brewster. I think Jasek's a go-to tonight. I really do.
So you just think that he will have the same success that he had against the Kettleers team? Well, let's get into that. How does he replicate that success?
I don't think he's going to be as good tonight because the other night he was outstanding.
Yeah,
I mean, just I don't think you're going to be as good as that. I think you got to go back to my little saying, 3 runs or less avoid the mass.
Well, 3 runs or less in how many innings?
5 or 6. That's what you got.
So if he gives you 5 innings, 3 runs.
And then shut out bullpen time.
And then who's the first cat of the pen?
I would go with Tyler Stewart tonight.
Okay.
Either him or Etheridge. I'd go with one of the Southern Miss guys. Etheridge is still fine to go. He threw 2/3.
Yep.
He's still good to go.
So how about this situation?
Yeah.
You start Jasek. Is Bennett a possibility out of the bullpen?
He is. But then I think you vastly limit your options tomorrow. I think
there's no tomorrow.
I know there's no tomorrow, but I mean you kind of have to think about it.
No, you don't. You do not. Stop saying the word tomorrow.
All right, fine.
Every time you say the word tomorrow, a handshake gets taken away.
Okay, fine. That's fair. But I understand there's no tomorrow. I do get that.
That's one.
Whatever. I'll give up the handshakes to say it. I understand there is no day after today. And you have to have that mindset of, all right, we need to win today and we'll figure everything out that needs to happen whenever, if we win today. But at the same time, it's like, I think take the next afternoon away.
You're doing a great job, by the way.
Take the next afternoon away. I think Matt Jasek is just the better guy to throw out there for the matchup.
Okay. Here's the thing, the matchup thing, and when I talked to Matt Jasek after the game, I said, he just came into the Hamptons League, and he has playoff experience. He pitched in the postseason in the Hamptons this year. He threw 9 innings of shutout baseball, struck out 11 in that postseason game in the Hamptons League. Obviously a completely different animal here in the Cape, but when I talked to him after that game, which was on Monday against Cotuit, I said, dude, at the time Cotuit was on a 5-game winning streak. They had scored 55 runs over that 5-game stretch, and I said, yo, how did you limit a Cotuit offense that was so scorching hot? He's like, scorching hot? What do you mean? I had no idea.
Yeah.
He was naive to the fact of how well Cotuit was hitting. So I think that in a little bit, helped him go out there, pitch with a lot of confidence. So hopefully he's naive to the fact that this is a Cotuit team that has a lot of firepower. I don't think it is once they scored 15 runs here on Friday night. But hopefully he goes out there and is fearless.
Yeah.
That's what the starting pitcher, regardless if it's Bennett, if it's Jasek, he's got to be fearless. He can't be putting guys on ball 4. He can't be trying to go around the plate. They have to be in attack mode from the first pitch tonight.
100%. I mean, it's such a mental thing, like pitching especially.
Yep.
Baseball as a whole, huge mental game. We all know that. But pitching especially, it's you out there on that mound against your opponent. You got to see everyone in the lineup, all right? So it's you against the world, kind of. And when you're against
you got 8 guys behind you.
You got
7 guys behind you, 1 guy in front of you.
You can't really see them, though. Yeah, I mean, you're pitching. You got your peripherals. You might catch a first.
I don't know about the world. I guess it's mano-y-mano.
Nah, you against the world, all right?
Okay, all right.
Don't be slapping down my...
You continue your point. I'm going to quiet down.
I think is what you got to do. Austin Parsley did a great job of it last night. Just block out the noise.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of noise coming into yesterday's game, especially from Cotuit, because you come off a blowout and you're at home and you got 2,800 fans. The majority of them rooting for Cotuit.
Granted,
I will say,
huge Braves
fan.
Absolutely.
I mean, huge Braves fan base at that game yesterday. That was great to see. But Austin Parsley was great at it. 1 hit to lead off the game. 17 come up, 17 go down. Solo shot after that, but solos won't kill you.
Nope. Especially when you get a 6-run cushion, they won't.
Exactly. So do what Austin Parsley did yesterday, whoever's on the mound today.
Absolutely. And one of the things that Austin Parsley was the beneficiary of
Uh-huh.
was that early start. I mentioned the solo home run won't kill you when you get 6 runs put on the scoreboard, and it really seems like a trend. Well, here's a couple trends for you. The number one trend is, 4 games ago, 4 games ago when these two teams matched up, it was at Lowell Park. The Kettleers won 13-2. Then they came back to Doran Park on Monday. The Braves won 13-1. Game 1 of the postseason, 15-6 Kettleers win. And then Game 2 last night, 10-4. That's a long way away from the 2-0, 3-1 games we saw in the matchup earlier in the season. So it's on a string of blowouts, and if you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, it's Cotuit's turn to blow things out. But we're not going to look at it that way.
No.
Another trend for you, though, is in those games, the one consistent thing is the team that scores first wins.
Yeah.
So it is so crucial, regardless who the starting pitcher is, to have a clean, quick top of the first inning, and that starts with getting Jace Grady out, who came in the middle of July and has absolutely taken the lead by storm.
Yeah.
He, right now, to me, is the number one player on the Cotuit. And I know the Braves have a lot of guys, but you can make the case at the point right now, he is the hottest and most dangerous hitter in this series.
He's been fantastic. Going back
So
to your
good.
point about, the clean first inning. STT. Set the tone,
I don't think we should.
I like it. I
don't think we should use that
Personally, I
as
like
an acronym.
I like it. STT. Set the tone.
I don't think that's going to work.
Probably not. It doesn't have to catch fire. I'm going to use it for today. All right?
I'm gonna giggle every time.
It'll
you
grow
say it.
on you.
I
A
don't
little bit of
think it-
STT
I don't-
for you.
I don't think it will.
Setting the tone. NISTT. 9 innings, set the tone.
That's worse.
NIST. With 2 T's. I wish I didn't say that, but I did. Now we're going to have to move on from it. So, no, but yeah, you have to come out. You have to have a clean first inning. There's no doubt about it. Because we saw yesterday, Dalton Rushing, RBI base hit, top of the first. Set the tone for the entire game. Austin Parsley comes out next inning, gives up a hit.
Yep.
Works himself out of a jam. At that moment, you're thinking, all right, the Braves have a little bit of momentum, They need some insurance. They get that in the form of a Hunter jump 3-run home run, which was huge. And from that 3-run home run on, you felt like it was the Braves ball game.
Yeah.
And I know Reeves was telling me last night, Cotuit offense kind of heated up a little bit at the end there. They played it 3. It's 10-4 ball game by time things were all said and done. Reeves said, hey, that gives them a little momentum. Do you think that gives them a little momentum?
A little bit, not much. But
I don't think no.
How about this though? The fact that Eric Adler had to toe the rubber last night. Reeves and I were having this conversation.
I would have stuck Etheridge.
He was like, "Hey, well, he's good to go today." I go, "Yeah." But would you rather have him on 4 days rest or on no days rest?
Yeah.
I think that was the biggest part of that 3-run 8th inning was the fact that number 7 had to come on the mound.
Yeah.
Granted, in an unsafe situation, you're up by 6, but there's no you-know-what if the Braves lose that game. So they wanted to make sure that they got it done that right there and right then. So they brought out their best reliever, the reliever of the year in the Cape Cod League, in Eric Adler. But he's going to be good to go today.
Yeah.
Theo was telling us earlier that
He is
even if
fine.
it's 6 outs, 5 outs, he's going to do whatever it takes. But personally, for me at least, that was a big deal that he had to come into the game last night.
I would have stuck with Etheridge.
I would have.
I mean, I feel fine with a 6-run.
That's a slippery slope because you're like, okay, it's fine with 6 runs, but 3 guys get on base.
Grand slam. It's a 2-run game.
And
then,
and it gets like a Cotuit offense that was right
No, yeah.
high.
Harvey Shapiro was clearly taking no chances.
No, and you shouldn't have.
You shouldn't. Yeah, because there's no. As you mentioned, there's no thing that proceeds today. So,
Yes.
yes. People just tune in.
Proceeds?
Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
That's
proceed. No, proceeds. Precedes.
Okay.
Yeah,
good.
right.
Yeah, fair. Yep.
Made sure to emphasize the O there.
Yep.
People who just tune in are like, "What's going on? Why isn't he saying? Why isn't he saying the next day?" There's a bet me and Calvin have going on. So, but I lost my train of thought. Dude, see these 1 hour.
We're talking about Eric Adler.
Eric Adler, yeah. So Ben Etheridge, I would have stuck with him, but as you mentioned, you just had to kind of close the door on Cotuit there.
Yeah.
You need that win. You need to get to today. You did get to today. And that was going back to kind of our first point. You just have to live in the moment a little bit. in this series in the playoffs, and just you worry about the next game when the next game gets there. You don't think about the next game.
Yeah.
You just go, which is directly contradicting what I said earlier. But I still think Jacek is the better match for this matchup here.
So you like Matt Jacek. We'll tell you who the starting pitcher is when we get official word. We don't even know who's starting for Cotuit tonight, so we don't know either of the starting pitchers. We'll get you all that info. It's an hour-long edition of Before the Bravos, breaking down a winner-take-all Game 3 of the West Division. Nick should hold on to that for a second. Nick Galley, Calvin Cristoforo here. The lineups are out. You want me to read them out to the people? You want to?
Sure. Do we want to break the starting pitcher first? Hold on. Let me get it written down.
Lineup is out. That's something they do on EEI. That's
yes.
Forget.
Here, you rifle through once.
Okay.
Rifle through once. We'll break it down.
We'll get to this lineup. We'll get to it a lot later. I'll give it to you right now as the Braves lineup is hot off the press, just released on Nick Galley's iPhone. I'll read you the lineup right now as it sits, and it's very similar to what you've seen if you've been keeping up with this series in any closeness. Christian Knapczyk, who had 3 hits yesterday, leading off at shortstop. Max Anderson is the third baseman, hitting second. Dalton Rushing at first base, hits third. Tanner Schobel back at second base, hits fourth. Joe Lamp.
All right. How fast do you think I write here? Who am I?
I'm raffling through it. I said I was going to rifle through it, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Joe Lampe is in center field, hitting fifth. Hunter Jump is in left field, hitting sixth. Ben Huber, the DH, hits seventh. Colby Thomas in right field hits eighth. And Peter Burns doing the catching tonight for officially Matt Jacek, who's getting the start for the Bravos tonight. The same 1 through 9 lineup, but Matt Jacek is officially Harvey Shapiro's guy in a winner-take-all game against the Cotuit Kettleers.
Who we got on the other side? We might as well rifle through that.
Yeah, rifle through their lineup. And this is a shocker because
is Grady leading off?
Because Cotuit this morning, CCBL BOU is an MLB Scout liaison account. Every team has one in the league. It's just CCBL and the team's tri-code. For the Braves, it was BOU. And they announce the starting pitchers and the field conditions before 11 a.m. on every morning. Or if it's a TBD, they'll put a TBD. And both sides had a TBD there for today. For the Braves, it was Jacek or it was Bennett. For Cotuit, it was not this guy, who was one of the two options for the Kettleers. O'Donnell gets the ball for Cotuit. We'll have to do some research on them because we were prepared to talk about
Giger.
Yeah, Holland.
Holland, yes.
Giger Holland, but no, it's O'Donnell getting the start for the Kettleers tonight, and their lineup looks like this. Jace Grady, who I still have another point on. We'll get into him in a second again. He's leading off in center field. Trice is hitting second, DHing. He's going through a little bit of a cold spell right now. I believe he's 3 for his last 30. But he's still
not too good.
He's still staying in the lineup. Coach Roberts putting faith in him, hitting second, doing the DHing. Ryan Ritter, the shortstop, hits third. A guy who, he's not going to give you extra base hits, but he's going to get on base with hard hit, hard line drives, contact. One of the best batting average-wise hitters in the league, hits third. Behind him is his middle infield partner, Eric Brown Jr. He is batting fourth tonight over at second base. Bridges, the right fielder, behind him, former Bourne Brave, hits fifth in right field. Batting sixth is Roberts, who's at third base tonight. We've seen him DHing. We've seen him in left field. And rounding out the lineup is Dolan, the catcher. He is hitting ninth. All behind O'Donnell, who will get you the book on in just a little bit when we get into the conversation about what the Braves lineup needs to do to attack a Kettleers pitching staff that has been really going through it because they've had some starters banged up. They've had a bullpen day or staff day, as they called it yesterday at Lowe Park. And today we expect to see another staff day with O'Donnell starting. We'll get to see how Coach Roberts will puzzle piece together that Cotuit pitching staff. But if we know one thing, or we know two things about Coach Roberts, it's that he loves to be aggressive on the bases, gets guys in motion, stolen bases, doesn't matter who you are, and he is very passionate on how he works his bullpen and how he maneuvers his arms out there. So Cotuit, on paper, doesn't have any starting pitching, so the matchup on the pitching staff is 100% in the Braves' favor, but you never know on how Coach Roberts can maneuver a pitching staff, a bullpen, to get the best matchups he sees fit against the Braves lineup that scored 10 runs against them at Doran Park yesterday. So, Nick, you got the lineup tweeted out?
We are getting her tweeted out. We got to proofread. Always very important to proofread your tweets, kids, because Twitter, they're living in like 1975. You still can't edit tweets.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
Yeah. First of all, they denied your verification
Denied my
request.
verification.
You can't edit tweets.
No. I'm not sponsored by Twitter.
Yep. Follow at Bourne Braves on Twitter for all your up-to-date information. Also, while you're there, follow at CalChrista1 and at the Nick Galley. Do not follow at ReevesJackson_.
No.
That's just a waste of typing and a waste of a follow button. But we're talking about
You don't want to follow Reeves Jackson. I mean, if there's anything you don't want to do, it's follow Reeves Jackson. I think we can agree on that.
Well, we'll get back to the game here a little bit. When you look at Cotuit's starting pitcher, it's a guy neither of us prepared for. What's the book on the guy they're giving the ball to for Cotuit today?
Let's look. Luckily, we have Google nowadays. I'm gonna get your stats for you.
While Nick does that, the Braves lineup is the exact replica as it was yesterday, and so is the Cotuit lineup. Not really, though, because Brown yesterday didn't start at third base, did he?
Roberts.
Brett Roberts.
Yes.
Yeah, so Brett Roberts, a new addition. In the Kettles lineup, the Braves going with the same starting 9 they had yesterday. It's something you might have not caught when I ran through the lineup real fast. Christian Knapchick back at shortstop where he was last night. Tanner Schobel still remains at second base. We know Coach Harvey Shapiro is a little superstitious, so maybe that was a superstition thing, or he just likes Knapp over at short and Schobel at second base like it was yesterday at Doran Park, where the Braves all in all played a very clean defensive contest. I think I got you ample amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon O'Donnell has not made a outing, or has not had an outing yet for the Kettleers.
Really?
Yeah, so this is going to be his
Wow.
debut. UConn kid, lefty, 6'2", 228, from Hull, Mass. So he's a local kid.
Where he's from?
Hull, Massachusetts.
Okay, yep.
Local kid. Excuse me. So looking at his stats from UConn.
That's very interesting because the Braves, the Braves lineup has 4 UConn guys in it, not in it. There's 3 pitchers and Ben Huber. A couple of them are transfers coming into UConn, but Coach Harvey Shapiro loves the University of Connecticut, so maybe he has a book on O'Donnell that we don't, so maybe the Braves could have a leg up there. That's all, speculation, but possibly that's something we could see him play tonight.
Purely looking at stats.
Yep.
I've never seen this kid pitch. I'll be 100% honest with you. Never seen him pitch. Really don't know much about him. Purely looking at stats, I would say Bourne has a massive edge today.
Okay, give it to us. At UConn, right? Because he hasn't made an appearance this year.
This past season, 2021, 10 appearances, 12 and a third. So used primarily as a reliever.
Yep.
Made no starts. You'd hope. I mean, it would have been one bad start.
Yep.
20 hits through those 12 and a third. 6 walks, 15 Ks, ERA of 13.14. 18 earned.
Well, hopefully the Braves can take big advantage of that, but if you look at Matt Jasic's numbers at Indiana State, you would think, okay, Indiana State, he didn't have a great year. He's, not the biggest competitor out there, but he is one darn good pitcher, and if you saw him pitch on Monday,
tell a story, so.
And I'd love to see his summer stats, too. I don't know how hard those would be to find because
he must have played somewhere.
He had to play somewhere. He's not just coming in cold and pitching in the Cape Cod League playoffs. Matt Jasic, you look at his Hamptons League numbers, you're like, wow, this is a completely different guy than what his Indiana State numbers tell you. So I bet O'Donnell, if I had to guess, had a pretty darn good summer somewhere because Coach Roberts has been around the block in that Cotuit dugout, and he's not going to throw out a guy who he doesn't have full faith and confidence in a winner-take-all postseason game. All right, what league?
You. So Brendan O'Donnell, he played for Vermont in the NECBL.
Okay, the Vermont Lumberjacks, Mountaineers.
Mountaineers, I believe, yes.
Okay, in the NECBL.
Vermont Mountaineers, yes. Yep. Much better numbers than his UConn numbers.
I would hope, yeah.
2-2, 3.90 ERA, appeared in 14 games.
How many starts?
0 starts, though.
So you got to imagine he is an opener. 100% he is an opener.
Without a doubt.
What's his longest outing?
Let's see. We're going to go game by game. Longest outing was 5 2/3.
Okay, so maybe not. Maybe not.
So
he did make a start.
He did not. No starts.
So 5 2/3 out of
relief. Yes.
Interesting. What was the final score of that game?
He got the win. Final of 10-2. So it must have been a late game.
Okay, interesting.
Or just they kind of chipped away throughout the middle of the game. So 2-2, 3.90, 25 and a third, 25 strikeouts, 10 walks, and 25 hits. So very hittable. Very hittable.
Yep.
A whip of, over 1.
Yep.
So, the Braves can touch this guy up. then he's going to probably give up runs too. But what it comes down to is Harvey Shapiro has told me pretty much after every single game is it comes down to the starting pitching.
Yeah.
And he's 100% correct because, again, STT, you got to set the tone. You got to set the tone.
I'm going to get you on. I hope no one is saying that phrase
I hope not.
in the coming days.
I'll give you one for that. There we go. But, yeah, no. I'm very confident in this Braves team because, I mean, I've been talking with the guys. They have a great attitude. I was telling them yesterday. I was going full. I think I mentioned this on Before the Bravos. I was going full.
Kevin Millar,
04. I was like, they better not let you guys win today because if you guys win today, they're going home tomorrow.
Yeah.
Their season's over tomorrow. And everyone kind of seemed to get on board with that. They like that, I think.
Absolutely. And we're still, 30 minutes away from first pitch. And this is possibly up there. There's definitely more people here than there has been in regular season games already. Half an hour before first pitch, the parking lot is filling up. There's going to be a lot of people here at Doran Park. An incredible atmosphere. One game in the Cape tonight. One team heading to the Cape Cod League Championship Series against the Brewster Whitecaps, who are ready and waiting. This is Before the Bravos. We have you on up until first pitch. Calvin Cristoforo and Nick Galley talking about this upcoming matchup between the Bravos and the Kettleers. We talked about Matt Jasek. I had another point I wanted to make on Jace Grady before we completely close the book on him. Jace Grady, a guy who's been in the middle of the outfield for Cotuit all season long, has been in the top of their order since he arrived in the middle of July. A thing that I liked how it worked out yesterday was Jace Grady got his leadoff hit.
Yep.
Right, but then Austin Parsley was ripping through the lineup, and how it worked out was it was 2 innings where Jace Grady got his at-bat, where he was due up, it was 8-9-1.
Yeah.
8-9-1. And the 8-9 guys, defensively are solid, right? Dolan behind the plate's a defensively solid guy, but he's not known for his bat. So Parsley was able to take care of them, and Jace Grady got up with 2 outs.
Yeah.
I think that is something big for me. If you can get Jace Grady his at-bats with 2 outs, that is crucial to me.
Huge. It's all about the little things. I
Yeah.
mean, you got to be very analytically sound against this Cotuit team. You have to realize guys' tendencies. You have to get them in spots where they're uncomfortable. Grady with 2 outs, that's where you want to have him.
Yeah.
And, and another thing, middle of the lineup, Ritter and Brown, you want to limit that too. You want to get at least one of those guys out. Ideal, get both of them.
Yep.
But you don't want them stringing back-to-back hits.
Yeah.
Because
Well, I said it. Ryan Ritter is not going to burn you with the extra base hit, but he'll burn you with his speed on first base. He can get on base in many different ways. He'll take ball 4. He'll find spots in the infield. He batted around 320 this season, so he'll get you hits in the infield. He'll get on first base, and you don't want him in scoring position for Eric Brown, who, to me, at least, watching his swing, I love his swing.
Yeah.
First of all. And it feels like every time he's up there and he takes one of his swings, he's going to hit the ball hard somewhere. And he did it a couple times yesterday.
Yeah, he
Had
did.
a couple of lineouts yesterday.
First inning, I think, was just a missile.
Yeah. Eric Brown, to me, is a scary, scary dude, and you do not want him up with runners in scoring position in less than 2 outs.
I don't know how he does it either. I can't. The bat.
He's so smooth.
I don't get it.
Yeah, he's smooth.
It's weird.
It's good.
It's good. I could never do it,
Well, that's why you're up here, and
Yeah,
he's
that's
down
what I'm
there
saying.
getting set to play the Bourne Braves. We talked a lot about Cotuit. Let's talk about the Bravos and their success yesterday. Back against the wall, very hostile environment. They come out with a 10-2 win, and Christian Knapczyk set the tone. STT.
You're using it.
STT, player of the game.
You're using it.
Christian Knapczyk yesterday, a 3-for-4 appearance. Got on base at the top of the order, had a pair of RBIs, scored a run. You got to get him on base in the top of this Braves lineup because Joe Lampe, who we've made the argument should be the leadoff hitter because he takes walks, he gets hit by pitches, second in the league in hit by pitches, third in the league in walks this year. But Christian Knapczyk just flat out rakes. And if he can get on base, it's so big for this Braves offense.
I think Christian Knapczyk, you could make the argument, is the best hitter on this team. Just pure hitter.
Yeah.
Dalton Rushing, obviously.
Stud.
Dalton Rushing, the Louisville guys, really.
Yeah.
They are the best hitters on this team, and they have been so fun to watch. Knapczyk especially, just having him at the top of the lineup, it's like a gift. You never expect him to come up and make an easy out. You just always expect it to be a battle for him to get on base. Even if he doesn't get on base, for him to work the count. it's been a gift to watch. It's good baseball. And Christian Knapczyk has been fundamental to this series. Even in the loss, he still had a multi-hit performance.
Yep.
Comes out yesterday, builds right off it. Today I expect nothing different from this guy.
5 for 9 in the series.
That's really not bad.
Is Christian
That's
Knapczyk.
really not
it's
too bad.
It's actually quite good.
It's really not.
I
what
would
is that?
say.
Like, it's above 500. What is that?
I think it's like 555.
Is it?
I think it is.
Quick maths.
I think it is. You can quote me on that. I think it's around 550.
I'm gonna hit you with the maths.
I think it's around 550. Christian Knapczyk 5 for 9 in this series. His teammate Dalton Rushing had a base hit.
556, Calvin.
Wow.
You wish it was 555.
I'm a failure.
Yeah.
Dalton Rushing, his teammate, you mentioned him. He's been big in this Braves lineup. I think, did he only have the one hit yesterday? The one single in the
walked
RBI.
a couple times too.
He's 1 for in this series. I think tonight is a night where you need Dalton Rushing to have an extra base hit or two. Get one out of here. The wind is kind of blowing across the field, maybe a little bit in. I think it's coming from the left field foul pole, kind of right across to the Cotuit dugout. So it's blowing a splash in across the field, really. So I think it's...
Well, yeah, I think it's like the perfect win for him to hook it around Froggy's pole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Dalton Rushing is going to hit... He's going to hit the ball hard.
Yeah.
It's regardless of, is he going to make soft contact? No, he's going to make hard contact. It's just, is there a guy there?
Yeah, no.
If he can get one over the fence tonight, Dalton Rushing, there's nothing that excites a crowd, excites a team more than a Dalton Rushing homer, because when he gets it, he gets it.
Oh, I mean, he's the best power hitter on this team at this moment.
Yep.
We've seen some great power bats come through Bourne this summer, no doubt about it. And I think you could make the case Rushing has always been the one constant. He's definitely the most consistent, no doubt. And just a guy that rakes. Simply he rakes. The top of this lineup rakes.
Yeah.
When Maxie Barrels is on, it rakes.
Max Barrels had a frustrating afternoon. He started off 0 for 3. He was frustrated, but got a hit. Went 1 for 4 yesterday. Has played solid defense, which is exactly what the Braves need him to play over at third base, with Zach Agnos getting some time on the mound. You got to have Max Anderson's bat in the lineup, and Coach Harvey Shapiro has liked what he's seen from Ben Huber, so you got to keep him in the designated hitter spot. So Max Anderson, the one real question mark for him is, would he be a steady, strong defender? And he has been over at third base in this playoff series. Has gotten the nickname Max Chato.
Has he?
Or Max Chapman by his teammate Josh Moylan in the dugout.
Okay, Moylan has a lot of nicknames.
He's the man of nicknames.
He's got a ton. He has a ton. And you know, you got to love him. You got to love him.
Yeah, okay, so absolutely Josh Moylan in the lineup. He's actually not in the lineup. He's been in the dugout. He's been providing a real spark for this Braves team in the playoff run. He had a hamstring injury last week, is done for the season, but is hanging around. I talked to him pregame yesterday, talking about his nicknames, Dr. Defense, Big Crank, sometimes they call him. Crank has been a theme for this team. He's been giving out nicknames. One of those has been to Max Chato, Max Anderson, who's played a real solid third base over there for the Braves in this playoff push this season, and it's exactly what the Braves have needed over at third base. I mentioned, though, just the one hit yesterday in the win against Cotuit. You'd like to see 2 or 3 more from him. Obviously, had that long line drive single in the game 1 of this series to bring in 2 runs. It was actually a line drive double to bring home 2 runs in game 1 of this series. If you can get production, or good production from Max Anderson and Dalton Rushing on the same night, and hopefully that night is tonight, then the Braves should have a really, really good shot of getting this one done.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what this game it really comes down to, aside from starting pitching, I'll give Harvey the shout out there. He's 100% right.
Yep.
Comes down to starting pitching. But I think what it's really going to come down to is, you mentioned earlier, striking first.
Yep.
The other thing is just the mindset. I mean, who's going to get momentum here? And can you shut another team down if they pick up momentum?
Yeah.
Because in this series, this playoff series, and really throughout the season, once a team gets like a lick of momentum, a taste of momentum, the opponent cannot shut the other team down.
Yeah.
We'd have to look back at it, but has there been a comeback?
The Braves have had comebacks, of course.
Well, I know, against Cotuit, I mean.
No.
Like, has either team gone down and came back?
Well, no, you look at the season series, the Braves won 9-2.
Yep.
Okay, then Cotuit came here and won 2-1. The Braves, after that...
2-0. They won
2-0.
Right?
Yeah, 2-0. The Braves won 3-1, but I believe in that game they went down 1-0. You can fact check me on that.
We'll have to check that because.
But I think they went down 1-0, and the rest of the games have been blowouts. The team that scores first wins. And you mentioned momentum. Both teams have had their momentum. You're exactly right. The Braves tonight need to find a way. Once Cotuit does something big, do something bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a good point.
Cotuit gets a big hit to make it a one-run game. Punch a guy out with a fastball high. Okay? Get the crowd into this game because Cotuit in game 1 of this series, there was that very controversial home run, ground rule, double rule that went in the Braves' favor, but it gave the Cotuit fans something to be loud out, something to be cheered at. A couple batters later with a 3-run home run, and they didn't stop clapping their hands all night long. Well, the Braves fans really had to sit on those hands. But then yesterday, Braves score in the first inning. Austin Parsley comes out with his game face on in tunnel vision. I was talking to his mom and his host family after the game, and Austin Parsley's mom is like, I've watched him pitch so much, I can tell when he is in the zone and he has that game face on. Yesterday, he was in the zone and had that game face on, and he gave Cotuit nothing to cheer about. So, for the Braves tonight, one of my keys is when Cotuit does something big, do something bigger.
I think that's a great key. It's huge because Friday night, this Bourne crowd had really nothing to cheer about.
No.
And they were much louder at the game yesterday because Bourne got off on the right foot. So tonight, striking first is massive, but you need some big, big plays. You need some highlight plays, SportsCenter top 10-esque plays. Even in the field last night. I mean, Colby Thomas, that catch he made out and right, everything was clicking. Friday night, everything clicked for Cotuit. Tonight, last night, everything clicked for Bourne.
Yep.
Who is it clicking for tonight, Calvin? I think it's going to be the Braves because I said yesterday too. I said, guys, win this ball game. All the way, baby.
Yep.
All the way.
So hopefully the Braves can get it done. And I talked to Dalton Rushing, a quick conversation after the game, just kind of in passing. And I said, Dalton, great game. He goes, well, we might as well win it now.
Yes. I mean, that's the mentality they have. And this is what I heard from our trainer, Aaron, who's great. After the game, Parsley came up to her and he goes, this isn't a quote, by the way, but, just the gist of it, he goes, if you get me ready, I'll pitch in the championship series. So all these guys right now, I think after that first loss, out in the Cape League, long season, you just play in your spring season, you come out here. After that first loss, I don't know this for a fact, but guys are probably thinking, oh, yikes, like, what's the point?
Time to pack it up, right?
Time to pack it up. Like, I'm tired anyway. All these guys are tired. I'm tired anyway. It is what it is. We had a good run. Last night, they came out, like, blazing. Like, I was even shocked, You don't really expect them to come out like that after getting rolled over at home.
Yeah.
And they do. And after last night, at this point, some of them still might want to go home, but they're probably like, you know what, screw it. We're 3 wins away from getting rings.
That's the Dalton Rushing mentality. We might as well win it.
Like,
now.
Screw it. I mean, you're 3 wins away. No one in that third base dugout likes that first base dugout. I can tell you. These two teams do not like it. They're not friends. Is there mutual respect between the two? Yes. And I was talking with Coach Udoba earlier. He's like, all the kids on Cotuit are nice. Like, I don't have an issue with any of them, but I just hate Cotuit. And I'm like, understandable. I mean, it's just one of those rivalries. Like, I'm sure Red Sox, Yankees, we kind of relate to that. Like, I've never been like, oh, my God, Aaron Judge makes me sick. Well, he kind of does sometimes. But, like, I don't have a personal hatred for Aaron Judge. I just see the Yankees logo. I hate it.
Yeah.
It makes me sick.
Yeah.
And when Cotuit comes in the bus, comes down the driveway, they're walking in, you're like, ugh, it's Cotuit. I mean, it's Red Sox, Yankees out here, and we're going to see that. I mean, you saw it the other night. Things just get, like, chippy.
Yeah.
They just do.
Yeah.
There's something about it. There's an extra oomph in this matchup.
I keep checking over my shoulder to see this crowd, which continues to fill in 20 minutes before first pitch between the Braves and the Kettleers. Winner take all, Game 3 of the season. Who could ask for more? A lot of people had this game going. A lot of people had this series going 3 games. But I think a lot of people had the Braves winning Game 1, Cotuit winning Game 2.
I thought every home team would win, personally. I thought it was just going to be a home,
and
home,
now
and home.
you hope every road team.
Yes, yeah.
No.
Well, Calvin.
Whoa.
This guy's trying to...
Home.
This guy's trying to put us out of a job here.
road, home.
Yeah.
Road, home.
So, yeah, I mean, it's been a weird series. Like, if you told me to predict this series, it's kind of the opposite of what's happening right now. And you knew, like, part of me knew it wasn't going to be a sweep. You know, you had a really bad taste in your mouth after Friday night, but I woke up Saturday morning. I was talking with Theo. I was talking with Reeves. And we all had really bad feelings after Friday night's game. But I was talking with Theo and Reeves Saturday morning, and I just said, there's no way this season can end like this. I mean, it cannot end in a sweep. It just, there just feels, there's something there, Calvin. Like 2013 Red Sox. I hate to keep going back to the Red Sox, but like 2013 Red Sox, you just like knew something was going to happen. So that's how I feel with this Braves team. You just kind of feel like there's something there. You feel it, Calvin.
I feel it.
You feel it.
I feel it.
Do you?
Tonight, it comes down to who wants it more. Because Coach Roberts going to have his guys ready to go. They were taking BP on the field after the game yesterday. He got very emotional in his post-game interview. He's going to have the guys as fired up as he can. But it's who wants it more. Do the Braves want it more than the fired-up Cotuit team? Or the Kettleers, did they want it more inspired by their coach and their home fans? For me, that's what it's going to come down to. Who wants to be in Brewster? Do the Braves want to go to Brewster? Or do the Kettleers want to go to Brewster?
And this is what I think. Roberts, I understand his coaching style. I get it. But it's summer ball out here. I think a lot of the stuff yesterday, complete overkill. I mean, I'm packing up last night. All of a sudden, I see the turtle coming out. I'm like, what's going on? And then he just
There's nothing wrong with getting extra reps.
I understand the extra reps, but this is what I heard.
The NBA
no, this
players.
is what I heard. I heard yesterday Cotuit players got to the field at 9:30 in the morning. This is what I heard.
Okay.
9:30 in the morning. They're there all day. Obviously, it wasn't cold out either yesterday. It was a hot one.
Yeah.
It was humid. You were there all day. So what? 9:30 to
8:30.
So what? 9:30 to 4. How much time is that? That's like 9:30 to 12:30. 3 hours.
6.5 hours.
Yeah, 6.5 hours. There we go. Thank you. And then you play the game, which was kind of a long one. Dragged on towards the end there. So that was what? 3.5 hours.
No, it's about like 3:15.
3:15. So you're there for 9 hours at that point, right? 9.5 hours, pretty much. And then you BP. I don't know how long it lasted after. I got out of there. I wasn't sticking around for BP.
For me, there's nothing wrong with taking any extra batting
Nothing
practice.
wrong with it, but I feel like you're going to tucker your guys out.
Well, it's like the NBA. You know, players go in after
Shoot
a bad
around
shooting
after.
night. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, I mean, I feel like you're going to tucker your guys out. A lot of wear and tear.
I think Coach Roberts knows what he's doing. He's been around
I think
the
he
block,
knows what he's doing, too.
Going for his 30th playoff win tonight, and if he gets that 30th playoff win, he'll be tied for second in Cape Cod League history with playoff wins with 30.
With John Schiffner, legendary Chatham coach.
Yes.
This is I don't have a problem with his moves or anything, but this is what I'm thinking. Like, do you keep your guys mentally there when you're doing stuff like that? You know, at this point in the season, do you think?
I think that's a big key because I think it's who wants it more.
Or do you think? Because I mean, again, I haven't heard anything about this, but I feel like there might be some guys in that dugout where it's like, my God, like you had us here at 9:30.
I'm sure there is, and I'm sure there's guys in the Braves dugout that feel the same way.
No doubt, and it's like, I'm tired, you know.
I'm sure the both sides. So. It's exactly. I'm sure there's tiredness on both sides. There's guys on both sides, individuals that want to go home. They've had a long summer, but it's what team wants it more. 100% comes down to it.
Exactly, 100%. There's no doubt.
We're about like 15 minutes before first pitch now for the Braves and the Kettleers. Let's go
about
through
11.
the Bravos lineup. We'll walk you through it again. I'll read it off quickly, and then we'll go through it one by one. Christian Knapczyk leading off at shortstop. Max Anderson, the third baseman, hits second. Dalton Rushing at first base hits third. Tanner Schobel, the second baseman, hits fourth. Hitting fifth is Joe Lampe, the center fielder. Hunter Jump, who had a 3-run homer yesterday, is in left field, hitting sixth. Hitting seventh, Ben Huber, the designated hitter. Colby Thomas, the right fielder, hits eighth. And Peter Burns, the catcher, hits ninth.
Just rifle that off based off memory, or did you take a peek at it?
I took one peek, but it's the same line of the first three games.
It's pretty good. I'll give it to you, though. It's pretty good. Give you one. There you go. What's that, third one today?
Yeah.
All right.
I thought we'd have 8, but you've said the word a couple times.
Oh,
so.
all right. My bad. I'll pick out a few guys in this lineup I'm looking at. Number 1, top of my list, Hunter Jump.
Yeah.
This is a guy that
we talked about in the pregame show yesterday. I said, we got to listen back, but I said I'd love to see Hunter Jump get a run batted in today.
Yeah.
And you said, I'd love to see him get a home run.
Yeah.
And I go, whoa, hold your horses there. Take it one step at a time. But I guess you knew what you were talking about.
Foot on the gas, baby. Foot on the gas. But, yeah, Hunter Jump I'm looking at. Can he keep up his success? Back-to-back days with a hit here. after going 1 for 18 in the regular season. So you got to think he's feeling good. Looks a lot lighter out there in BP too. Mood much better. He's not, kind of tensed up, worried about his stats or anything. Another guy I'm looking at today, Joe Lampe.
Yep.
It's a guy I honestly look at every game because the guy is an on-base machine.
Yep.
And, he just finds ways to get on. I said this yesterday. He does it. And it's just huge, especially in games like this. You got to get on base, as you do in pretty much every game. But that's besides the point. Anyway, third guy I'm looking at today, Ben Huber. Huge run producer. Again, Ben Huber, over the past week, guy I've always been looking at, too. Because after losing Braylon Wimmer, after losing Caden Wallace, felt like there was a huge hole in this lineup of guys who could produce runs. Ben Huber stepped in that kind of nicely. One last one I'm looking at today as well, Peter Burns, man. Because you saw it last night. When Peter Burns does stuff on offense, the place goes nuts.
Yeah.
Team feels great, too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge boost for the team. And he has been working his behind off this entire series. Working his behind off. He's caught both games already. He's catching tonight, too.
You know what? I'm going to fill in the blank for you. I'm going to throw in Colby Thomas in that order. And you know what you just read off is the 5 through 9 in the Braves lineup. And that's something that I think is another massive key because we know the 1 through 4 is going to produce.
Yeah.
Right? Jace Grady, Ryan Ritter, Eric Brown, Trice in the middle of that. He struggled. But, 1 through 4, and for the Braves side, Knapczyk, Anderson, Rushing, Schobel. 1 through 4 on both sides are going to produce. I said, whatever team makes the momentum change, whatever team has the better starting periods of pitching, whatever team scores first. But another key is whatever team hits better 5 through 9.
Yeah.
I think is another thing to look at in this game.
That's a great point. It's going to be who hits better, 5 through 9, and bullpen. Bullpen is going to be massive.
Yeah.
I mean, it's huge. And Bourne jumped all over Cotuit's bullpen. Cotuit's pitching staff right now, DB, down bad. even as I said yesterday, DH down horrendous. I'm even getting...
It's acronym week here at the ballpark.
No, I'm getting to DT territory, which is down dramatically, which is just... you have to be down significantly to be DT. And they are. Cotuit's bullpen, it is. It really is. It is nearing DT territory. You've got to, if you're Bourne, push it into DT territory tonight.
Well, one of the things, we're just talking around the ballpark. This is all chatter. None of this is confirmed. But one of the things that someone brought up when I was talking to, people close to the Kettleers organization, they tell me that they have 5 pitchers available to throw tonight, and we're going to see all 5 of them.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So that's just a rumbling, nothing confirmed there, but just talking to people close to the Kettleers organization, that's what I've heard.
And what, at least 3 of them, 4 of them aren't really the guys you want to have in Game 3 of the playoff game.
Yeah. So the Braves, pitching-wise, have the advantage.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
But can the Bravos take advantage of that? We're going to find out.
I asked
Harvey
Shapiro last night, I said, it's been a very close season series, playoff series, in terms of standings.
Yep.
But game-wise, the majority of the games have been blowouts. There was a couple close games, as we know. Majority of the games have been blowouts. I go, so what's the key tomorrow to make sure you're on the right end of a potential blowout? And he goes, well, I guess to score at least one more run than the Kettleers. And he just left it at that. And I think when all is said and done, this is a very complicated game. I know we like to complicate it a lot. We like to give a lot of, keys here, keys there. By the time that scoreboard gets into the bottom of the 9th, or top of the 9th, hopefully it's top of the 9th, or even, top 10, top 11, bottom 11.
Well, it won't go. It just says 10.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, well, they'll figure it out. I know Michael will figure. He's walking over there right now. There he is.
Yeah, he's got tunnel vision as he walks across. He's ready to go on the scoreboard tonight.
He's got the Sunday Reds
100%.
on, too. Got the Sunday Reds on. But when it's all said and done, as Harvey Shapiro said, one more run. That's all you need.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
You'd like 8 more. I'd like to have the recap.
Well, I talked to Christian Knapczyk. I asked him the same question.
Yeah.
I said, blowout, lost game 1. A sizable win game 2. What do you got to do to win tomorrow? And he took the microphone from my hand. He put it up to his face and goes, blow them out.
Good. I'm telling you, these guys want it now. They hate Cotuit. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
They dislike Cotuit, just the aura of the team, and it's typical Red Sox Yankees. These teams don't like each other.
Both teams playing for a chance to play tomorrow.
Yes.
I said it, but I'll take the hit for it.
All right.
The Braves and the Cotuit Kettleers. First pitch. We've gone on for about 50 minutes. First pitch is right around the corner. You know the time of the program. My pick to pop Dalton rushing yesterday. Had an RBI single in the first inning. Didn't get hit after that. Your pick to pop yesterday was Tanner Schobel.
Yeah. Ofer, I believe.
So I guess I'll take that. Nobody had a really exceptional popping game, as you would say, but give me your pick to pop for tonight.
I'm going with it. Hunter Jump.
Wow.
Hunter Jump.
Ride the hot hand. I love it.
Yeah, Hunter Jump.
I'm going back to Dalton rushing because, like I said, I would love to see a couple of extra base hits.
No doubt.
For Dalton rushing, I'd like to see him put one in the Kettleers bullpen tonight.
Who's throwing out first pitch?
Out in right field. I'm not sure who that is, but we'll get you to it. Nick and I will hop off the air for the national anthem, which is coming just around the corner. We'll get you the pregame festivities, the national anthem, and first pitch when it is thrown. We got a couple of minutes left here. I guess not a couple of minutes left. First pitch, national anthem is all right around the corner. It's going to be a great night of baseball here from Doran Park. The Braves and Cotuit Kettleers, winner take all, game on the line.
Hey.
One game to win.
Hopefully we're here tomorrow, but
We'll be here tomorrow.
we'll be here tomorrow.
The Braves and the trying to advance to the championship series for the 5th time in team history. We're going to hop off. National anthem right around the corner. Ceremonial first pitch. First pitch from Matt Jatick. The Braves and the Kettleers win or go home. It should be a great night here at Doran Park. Reeves and Daniel have the call here from the left side of the press box. Enjoy the game, everybody.
Batting third, playing first base, the Louisville Cardinal, number 20, Dalton Rushing. Batting fourth, the second baseman, the Virginia Tech Hokie, number 27, Tanner.
We're
Guess
still
we're not
here,
going
Nick. We're
anywhere.
still here. We're still
I
here,
guess
Nick.
we're not going anywhere.
That was a good pause, though.
Yeah.
That was great mannequin mode.
You have to break the silence at some point. We're still here.
Yeah, we're still here.
I mean, that is going to be on the blooper reel. It is just, there's no way around it. When stuff like that happens, you just have to accept it with a grain of salt, and
Well, it happened.
you have to address it.
You know, I guess Megan wasn't ready for us to hop off. She was enjoying
She was
Bravo's
enjoying it.
Banter,
She
the
loved
1-hour
it. She
edition
loved it.
of Bravo's Banter, a long extended version of our pregame show, as Will Henschel, the PA voice here at Doran Park, announces the Bravos starting lineup, getting a huge hand for the Bravos faithful that is filled in quite nicely in the section over my left shoulder. Fans down the line, fans across the bleachers. I can't see the
What do we
Cotuit
got?
section, but I can only assume that it is packed. National
You'd be
anthem
correct.
is now
You'd
coming
be correct.
in ceremonial first pitch and first pitch. We're going to hop off officially right now
Hopefully,
from Doran Park.
hopefully.
First pitch in just a couple of minutes. The national anthem, the ceremonial first pitch. Matt Jasick's first pitch. Daniel and Reeves have the call here from Doran Park. Will the Braves go back to the championship series?
Fans, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps.
Say, can you see by Good evening and welcome to round 3 of this heavyweight matchup in the West Division. Set here, everything on the line in one game here at Durham Park to go on tomorrow and face the Brewster Whitecaps, the Cotuit Kettleers, or your Bourne Braves. Who's it going to be? This entire season has all come down to right here and right now, Reeves.
Yeah, it's a heavyweight battle as you described, and these two teams, I mean, you talk about putting up runs in the series. They have done exactly that. 21 runs scored in Game 1 of the series and in Game 2 yesterday, 14 runs scored. So these teams are putting up runs with the best of them, and obviously for the Cotuit Kettleers, this is a pitching staff that is quite depleted after they lost Jake Brooks with a hip impingement, Dalton Rogers an undisclosed injury. Even Quinn Matthews, who started Game 1, hit his innings limit. He's gone home, so obviously not a factor today, but if Cotuit does advance past this game, their pitching staff is shortened as they are today. But for the Braves, no better option, and the arm there throwing in the right-hander, Matt Jasek, who threw 6 innings of 1-run ball, no walks and 4 strikeouts in the home regular season finale against this Kettleers team.
Well, coming off a 10-4 victory yesterday at Lowell Park, the Bourne Braves beaten badly in Game 1. They respond in kind and say the Cotuit Kettleers were as dominant as they were yesterday in Game 1. It's 1-1, and boy, we have quite a matchup. Both teams really understand each other, but like you said, the runs continue to pour in this series against the Cotuit Kettleers team, who came in 7 games with 66 runs in their final 7 games of the season.
Yeah, the Braves were able to limit them offensively. It's been a weird regular season series. Obviously, you had Cotuit blowing out Bourne 13-2. You had Bourne blowing out Cotuit in the regular season home finale 13-1. Then Cotuit got the upper hand in the first game of this playoffs 15-6. And then last night, Braves 10-4. So all these games, you see 2 common themes: double-digit scoring and blowouts. Let's hope the Braves are on the right side of that today. But what an atmosphere, what a crowd, almost 3,000 strong here at Durham Park, Daniel.
Jasek on the mound, the Indiana State Sycamore, in his second appearance and second start. First pitch taken foul by Jace Grady. And I mean, talk about runs being scored by the Cotuit Kettleers. The first man you have to look for is Jace Grady at the top of the lineup.
Yeah, Jace Grady. Look at this. Look at this stat yesterday. Austin Parsley retired 17 in a row at one point during the game. 2 hits allowed yesterday. A leadoff single and a home run to Jace Grady. Dude is an absolute menace from Dallas Baptist University. In my opinion, a top 3-round pick in the MLB draft whenever he's eligible here next year, or the year after that, whenever he wants to go. So for Grady, it's just a matter of time whenever he's in the big leagues, and at least in a professional organization, not if.
1-1, great breaking ball from Jasek. Now 1-2 to Jace Grady, who's batting .500 throughout the postseason. That includes 2 home runs, 1 2 nights ago at Durham Park here, and 1 last night at Lowell Park. It was a solo shot.
Yeah, I think the thing to say about Grady, he's 5 for 9 in the series. 3 for 4 yesterday and 2 for 5 in the first game. So hitting the cover off of the ball, has just 2 strikeouts in his last 39 at-bats. So someone who's seeing the ball red hot. And if you're Jasek and you're going to get Grady to strike out, well, you better have a good put-away pitch because it's tough to do. As you see Grady right there fouling a good pitch off from Jasek, who's a 3-pitch pitcher.
The 1-2. Another foul ball from Grady. He's on top of it, but can't connect solidly.
Jasek, 3-pitch pitcher, fastball, changeup, kind of like what you call a slurve. It's a mix between a slider and a curveball. It looks a little bit more like a slider with a little bit more arc, which is why it's kind of that hybrid pitch. But Jasek is a good put-away pitch, also likes throwing that changeup away to lefties.
The 1-2. Ground ball over to Tanner Schobel at second. The flick over to Dalton Rushing. They take care of the best statistical batter on this Cotuit lineup.
Here's the thing about Jasek. He throws strikes. He did not walk anybody in his last and only start against the Kettleers, but you talk about a guy who came into his first start of the season and had the longest outing of any Braves pitcher throughout the season with 6 strong innings against this Cotuit offense that at the time had scored 55 runs in 5 games and then limits them to 1 run.
Swing and a miss to the 2 spot, Carter Trice. What have you seen so far from Jasek? He looks comfortable in his second start.
I will say, Michael Sansone was feeling the nerves a little bit. You saw that leadoff walk. He was hit up a little bit. He was throwing high in the zone. Exact opposite here for Jasek, and same with Parsley yesterday. Firing in strikes. He just missed with that one, but he is firing strikes, Daniel, and he is locating low in the zone and on the corners. I haven't seen anything up in the zone or really over the plate yet, so if he can continue that, approach to these Cotuit hitters, then he might be in for performance just like he had the last time.
Big cut from Carter Trice. Jasek 1 strike away. 1 out in the top of the first, game 3 of the West Division playoffs. Last night, the Harwich Mariners fell a second time to the Brewster Whitecaps. The winner of this game will have to travel to Stony Brook Field. That one just missing outside, 2-2. And the last time that we were at Stony Brook was the second game of the season, our first away trip.
Yeah, it sure was. If there's a guy you can get out in this lineup, though, it's Carter Trice. 3 for his last 33. It's an 0.90 average. And he was 0 for 3 yesterday. Ended up getting pulled for Eldridge Figueroa. Was a bit surprised Figueroa wasn't in the lineup with how Trice has been struggling at the dish.
A big payoff pitch from Jasek to Carter Trice. Swing and a miss, down he goes. Jasek finishes off the first 2 Cotuit batters. Ryan Ritter at the 3 spot, and I mean, this lineup just does not stop, especially with Ryan Ritter coming in with the best average on the team throughout the regular season.
But the Braves putting an end to his 12-game hitting streak yesterday. Was 0 for 4 at the plate, including an ugly strikeout against Ben Etheridge. That was a big strikeout late in the game with runners on for the Kettleers.
Curveball taken to Max Anderson. He settles the throw. Caught the tag. They call him safe, and that was bang, bang given to Ryan Ritter. I don't know about that call.
Wow. Yeah, thought rushing, got the tag on him before the foot of Ritter touched the base. But we talked about in Game 1 the defensive struggles of Max Anderson. We didn't know if the Braves would go with an approach of Zach Agnos at third and Anderson at DH. Obviously now Agnos was a weapon used out of the bullpen yesterday. But Anderson, who's had struggles over there at third base defensively, either with the glove or with those long throws, and it hurts the Braves with an E5 here with 2 down. You just got to hope that it doesn't come back to haunt you.
Time called. Max Anderson with 2 errors, not yesterday, but the trip to Lowell Park before that.
Yeah, these are errors that can come back and hurt you, especially in a postseason game where you got to be clean. And on the flip side of that, a Cotuit Kettleers defense that has also been flawed. 7 consecutive games in which they've made an error, and they made 3 yesterday.
A man allowed on. This one hitting high and deep, coming in Joe Lampe. And there is Tanner Schobel catching a fly ball to shallow right center. My eyes were directly on Joe Lampe with him gunning it in, but Tanner Schobel trails the ball out to shallow right center and catches the fly ball from Brown. It's 0-0. Going to the bottom of the first, the Braves with the bats in their hands for the first time in Game 3, win or go home. Cotuit traveling to Bourne. bottom of the first, Jasek gets out of the top of the first with a man let on by a wayward throw from Max Anderson, but the infield makes up for it. A fly ball. Tanner Schobel travels out to the outfield in shallow right center and completes a quick inning for Jasek to the bottom of the first, and our first offensive opportunity with Brendan O'Donnell as the pitcher for the Kettleers. Not only is this his first start for the Kettleers, it's also his first appearance. And talk about a move by Roberts to put a guy in who has not seen any Cape League action. You put him into Game 3 of the West Division playoffs.
I think it shows the shortage of this Cotuit pitching staff. I think number one right there, that's what it tells you.
Knapczyk taking one down the left field line, drifting foul, and it drops foul.
Yeah, Knapczyk almost slicing one the other way for a double. A 3-hit game yesterday for Knapczyk, 3 for 4. They ended up counting that hit as a double. That one that was sliced down the line, so a double and 2 singles for Knapczyk. An excellent day, but back to the pitcher, Brendan O'Donnell. Yeah, not only his first start here for the Kettleers, some people, obviously some players will play for 2 teams in the Cape Leagues, depending on if they get released. We've seen that a few times this year. But for Brendan O'Donnell, his first appearance in the CCBL, coming from UConn. We saw a few Bourne Braves from UConn the other night, and Hector Alejandro and Garrett Coe. So for Brendan O'Donnell, I'm sure the nerves are flowing for him. And obviously with his first start here in the CCBL, Daniel, it's important that the Braves jump on him. And the team that scores first is going to have a huge leg up in this game.
Well, he's ahead now 0-2. Brendan O'Donnell from UConn. Very close to my hometown. He's a native of Hull, Massachusetts. I'm from Scituate, so right around the bend. The 0-2. Knapczyk takes one outside, and as good as Knapczyk's average has been coming into season, over 300 against both righty and lefty batters, one of the most impressive elements of his game is working the count against pitchers, especially when he's behind.
Absolutely. 2-strike hitter is probably the best in the Cape Cod Baseball League, at least from what we've seen here with all the teams this year, as he definitely did not go there.
They call him, as Reeves said, he didn't go. Pulled back on it. Knapczyk now faces a 2-2 count on deck. Max Anderson, you look down this lineup, it is the same as yesterday. Dalton Rushing behind Anderson. Then you have Tanner Schobel, Joe Lampe, jump, and they call him out on strikes. A good start from O'Donnell. Knapczyk can't connect. One out, bottom of the first. And as I was saying, we're going to have Anderson at the plate now. Behind him, Dalton Rushing, Tanner Schobel, Joe Lampe, Hunter Jump, Ben Huber, Colby Thomas, Peter Burns, then to the back, or to the top of the order. Max Anderson looking to respond after Knapczyk. Watch strike 3. Chopper up the middle, cutting across, Ritter. The throw on point. Out number 2.
Yeah, good start for Brendan O'Donnell here early on, just getting a strikeout. Thought the pitch was a little inside an Knapczyk, but it's a pitch that's too close to take, especially here in the postseason. Those are going to be called strikes most of the time. And for Max Anderson, got a good pitch to hit, just missed where he wanted to connect on it a little bit and got on top of the ball with a high chopper. But here's a guy that I think is going to have a big day at the plate in Dalton Rushing. He's been seeing the ball well, and especially yesterday, I think that he could maybe connect on one here today.
Breaking ball catches the outside.
But if we know anything about Dalton Rushing, that his kryptonite is left-handed pitching, as it is with a lot of left-handed hitters, with that sweeping away slider that O'Donnell has. It's a good pitch right there.
Just on the outside, we've seen a big strike zone, not just here in the early half of this game, but also yesterday at Lowell Park. The umpires really telling the hitters that they call you hitters for a reason. They're not going to get any freebies. That one called just foul.
Yeah, just missed. Past that right side of the bag. Good call by the first base umpire over there. We'll get you our umpire rotation here this afternoon. Brought to us by our official score, Bob. Our home plate umpire is Joe Caraco. Our first base umpire is Tyler Bullock. Second base umpire, Rick Emerson. And over at third is Jason Klump. That's our umpiring crew here today. In Game 3, winner take all. A gigantic crowd here at Doran Park.
1-2. Now 2-2, skipping across the dirt.
Yeah, it should be interesting what we see here today. Obviously, a lot of people coming into this game expecting a lot of runs scored, another high-scoring affair, just because these two teams whose pitching staffs are kind of deflated. Cotuit's definitely more so than Bourne's. Obviously, Bourne has got some weapons with Jasek and Jake Bennett And then Etheridge again.
High line drive to left center. Going back, Jace Grady. Back to the wall. It bounces over for a ground rule double. In the deepest part of Doran Park, Dalton Rushing keeps the bottom of the first alive with a shot to left center.
That's just a beautiful piece of hitting by Rushing, just as he did yesterday. Very similar pitch sequence. Obviously, it was the righty Leonard yesterday who gave Rushing a breaking ball, smacked it into right field for a first-inning RBI single. And today, they double up on the breaking ball. This time from a lefty, though. It catches too much of the plate, and Rushing just takes it the other way. The center fielder, Grady, was playing Rushing to pull, as he so often does, and just goes over that left field fence. That ball had some carry to it as well. You mentioned, Daniel, pregame, the wind has kind of been drifting both ways, but at that time, it was drifting out to center field, and that wind might have helped it a little bit.
And we talk about it time and time again, and for good reason, because that ball just continued to drift and drift with the wind blowing out to center field. Tanner Schobel watches a ball on the outside.
Well, what's the one common theme with the Braves this year, offensively, Daniel? 2 out hitting.
Exactly. Backs against the wall is where the Braves feel most comfortable. Here comes Tanner Schobel, who's had a successful season, to say the least, for the Braves. That one catches inside. Rushing remains at second. As I was saying, he's batting 310 at-bats. He's scored twice, 3 hits, and a double back in game 1. 1-1. A big cut, but drifting foul.
Yeah, Tanner Schobel, a guy who has been red hot at the plate for the Braves, has really kind of found himself taking on a natural role in that cleanup spot, which is surprising for a guy like Schobel's size, and especially a shortstop. Don't usually see that. Schobel yesterday was 0 for 5 for the Braves. So looking to get back on track here today.
Brendan O'Donnell in his first start and first appearance looking solid. Battled off. A base knock could score Dalton Rushing from second.
Yeah, you know how much each of these teams want this game, too. This is going to be a bloodbath here tonight until the last out. I have a feeling we're not going to get a blowout either way tonight. I think it's going to be close all the way to the end. But I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, although pitchers have looked kind of comfortable here early.
1-2, rip towards the shortstop and a grab from Ritter. There goes the first inning. Joe Lampe will start things off for the Braves in the bottom of the second. But we swing it up to the top of the second, where the Braves will take to the field and defend Doran Park. Noah Bridges, dangerous as always at the 5 spot, digging in the lefty against the righty, Jasek. This one taken high in deep to left, or to right I should say. Colby Thomas on the run, catches it at the warning track. A shallow part of Doran Park, and Colby Thomas and Noah Bridges used all of it.
Yeah, one right fielder flying out to the other right there, taking it to his counterpart. Got a little scary there, gave it a ride, did Bridges, who, excuse me,
He's so nervous.
yeah, exactly, so nervous, was drinking some water. But obviously for Noah Bridges, a guy who was so successful at the end of the regular season, but a guy who's been fairly quiet here in the first 2 games of the postseason. Wasn't a quiet piece of hitting, but ends up in a quiet F9 for the Braves as a result.
This is Brett Roberts swinging and missing. Doran Park can breathe a sigh of relief as that ball continued to drift out to right center as well. Colby Thomas on the run. Brett Roberts in the 6th spot. On deck, Nathan Martorella. Brilliant breaking ball there for 1-2.
It's kind of like a slurve, right? It looks like a slider on the bend. Obviously, it's a breaking ball. It kind of it'll spin the same, but doesn't have as much arc, but it has more arc than a usual slider would, kind of like a slurve.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Roberts. 1-2 quickly for Jacek.
Yeah, good start here for Jacek, who similarly the first inning gets a batted ball out and then a strikeout of the second hitter of the inning. And here's Martorella, a guy who was 3 for 5 with a 2-run shot with 3 RBIs here in the first game, but yesterday was held awfully quiet at Lowell Park. Martorella on the day was 1 for 4 at the plate and grounded into the game-ending 6-4-3 double play.
Low and outside, ball 1. We talked about this a bit off air, but we both agreed these next 2 or 3 innings are really where this game comes down to.
Absolutely. It's the team that's going to score first, and we're likely going to see that in the first 4 innings of this game, just the way historically this series, this season has gone. The team that scores first almost every single time has ended up winning the game. And most of the times we've seen at least one team score a lot of runs. The only time we didn't was when Cotuit shut us out 2-0 here at Doran.
2-0, hard hit, base knock. Dribbling out to Colby Thomas and a single for Nathan Martorella with Matt Suggs due up. 2 outs, and for the second time in a row, Jacek has to deal with a Kettleer on first.
Yeah, both times the 2 outs and the Kettleers' first hit of the game by Martorella, so back on track. Was 1 for 4 yesterday. Did have a base knock, a single to right field, and that's what Martorella does best. He had an opposite field homer the other night, but he is a guy that's going to jump all over a fastball and loves to pull those balls into the right side of the field.
Big cut from Suggs. Something I've been impressed by from Jacek is how after giving up this hit, he just steps back in and throws strikes and dares these Kettleers to hit it again. The confidence is there.
He's a strike thrower. That's what I love about him. And he's got good movement on his pitches. He changes speeds well. He's also a guy that holds on runners at first base extremely well. No offense to Jake Bennett, who's been phenomenal this year and a guy that we could easily expect to see in this game. But as a lefty and his time to the plate just simply really doesn't hold on runners well. As for a lefty, like I said on the pregame, Tomahawk took a 1.8, 1.9 to the plate, which is pretty slow for a lefty. So for Jacek, as a right-hander, holds on runners extremely well, but Martorella not a threat to run.
Swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Jacek on that slurve, as Reeves Jackson has coined. The Indiana State Sycamore making quick work of this Kettleers juggernaut offense. And for the second time, the Braves will approach the plate looking for the first runs of this game.
The Cotuit Kettleers and the Bourne 4, Joe Lampy.
One hit apiece for both sides, but no runs scored in Game 3 at Doran Park. A packed house, 3,000 or so people scattered all around the ballpark here in Bourne.
I've never seen an outfield this packed.
It is incredible to see. Most certainly our record-breaking attendance numbers. A breaking ball drops out of the zone.
Yeah, Lampy, who led this team in walks we talked about on the broadcast yesterday and in Game 1 in the regular season. Looks like a generous call in the outer half there. Good frame job, though, by Donlin. As Lampy yesterday had 2 walks and got on base 4 of his 5 times, although 1 was via an error and 2 were via base on balls, had a single as well.
One high and inside, the check swing. He held back, it's 2-1. Joe Lampy batting 200 in the postseason. As we've chronicled throughout the season, he started at the 1 spot, then moved lower in the lineup, now has settled really as a secondary leadoff guy in the middle of the batting order, as he now faces a 2-2 count, and he seems comfortable in that spot, Reeves.
Yeah, he does. He really does. He's honestly, kudos to Joe Lampy because he's been moved around in the order a lot, which isn't easy for a hitter, but whichever role he's filled, he's done an incredible job at, and he's so good. His play discipline is incredible, which is why he's such a good leadoff hitter. If it weren't for Napchek just getting on base as far as base hits more than Lampy does here this season, then Joe would be your leadoff hitter, and you can see why he's a top of the order guy at Arizona State. And he's going to keep getting better with Willie Bloomquist now at the helm for the Sun Devils.
Big cut and a miss on a payoff pitch. O'Donnell continues to impress in his first start for the Kettleers. We now have to deal with Hunter Jump, who had a 3-run shot yesterday at Cotuit. Sent over the right center wall. And the Kentucky Wildcat blew that game out of the water. Added 3 runs and made it 4-0, and the Braves never looked back. Want to know, this will be O'Donnell's 24th pitch. Chopper over to third, fielded cleanly by Roberts. The throw on time and on point for out number 2.
We love to see the Braves at least being aggressive early on in the count tonight. As you mentioned, though, at the top of the broadcast, it's kind of turning into a pitcher's duel here a little bit. I mean, granted, we're through an inning and a half right now, about to be through 2, 1 out away from that, but both of these pitchers look a lot more calm than you would think they would here in a Game 3 winner-take-all. As we know last night, the Brewster Whitecaps defeated the Harwich Mariners. Final score 5-4. Daniel, I don't know if you got a chance to see, but Brewster winning on a go-ahead balk in the top of the 9th inning. Not a way that you will really want to see a game end, especially on the call that it was. Did not really seem to be a balk. You can go look at that video. It's on Twitter. If you type in Brewster Harwich, I'm sure there's a video up there. I saw one last night on Twitter, but you know, it was Owen Cody, the left-hander that we actually got to in that six-run ninth where we scored 10 runs, and you know, it appeared that he came set. Umpire said he didn't, and just a tough way with the bases loaded for Brewster to take the lead. They ended up closing him out, and they're in the championship with a sweep.
Hard hit ball towards right, coming in Bridges. That one's gonna drop. 2-out single for Ben Huber. Talk about the production that he has provided in the latter half of the season. Picking him up from Limestone, he'll be going to UConn, and UConn Husky on Husky violence.
Yeah, sure is. He'll be giving his future teammate here in O'Donnell some grief about that when they're together, but I cannot say enough about the job Ben Huber has done coming into this lineup. We weren't sure if we were going to see him as a mainstay in the postseason just because we weren't sure if Anderson was going to DH and having Agnos' glove there, but Huber the DH, Anderson over at third, and we're sure happy Huber's been in there as a hitter because it's allowed to use Agnos as a reliever.
And a rip towards short. The flick, though, he kept it in front of him. A good play by Ritter, who ends another consecutive inning. 0-0. The ice has yet to be broken at Doran Park in Game 3. Do or die, the Brewster Whitecaps await.
Local Cape Cod health departments remind you that Donlin.
Scoreless early at Doran Park. We've arrived at the top of the third inning with Jasek still on the mound. The lights are cued, and so too is the play-by-play for Reeves Jackson to my right.
I appreciate that, my friend Daniel, as the lights are coming on here at Doran Park, and Jasek, a first pitch strike on that slider curveball mix. Let's go with the slider, though. Call it the slider. 0-1. There it is again, grounded over to short. Napcheck, that one takes a funny hop and kicks off his heel. That rolls into shallow center field where Schobel collects. But a tough break for the Braves, their second error of the game here in just the top of the third inning. So a Braves team that only made one error yesterday and now already with two errors. And we're just in the third inning here through two.
One of the keys that I talked about at the beginning of this series for the Braves to win were zeros consistently in the error column. Already two tonight, both of them coming from the left side of the infield. It's not a good sign. And you can feel the tension in here.
You can.
Reeves. You can feel that there's almost a feeling of whoever's going to score first is going to win this game. And Cotuit fans and Bourne fans to our left, everyone's on the edge of their seat. And
almost like a calm before the storm, right?
It's not a comfortable feeling here in Bourne.
But what the Braves have been so successful at here this series is turning double plays. Grady offered at the bunt attempt, 0-1. Might be trying to lay down a bunt. He's got speed. We know how much Mike Roberts loves to bunt as he gives the signs over there in the third base coaching box.
And Jasek recognizes it.
This one away, 1-1. The count is Anderson charging in there from third. This one a bunt right in front of the plate. Nice play by Peter Burns. Only has one play. Low throw. Nice scoop over there by Rushing. He saves another potential error by the Braves, and a big play to get the first out of the inning. I think Pete initially wanted to go to two and try to gun down the opposing catcher, bobbled the ball a little bit, but at least got the out, and that's a big play.
I would credit the bobble to the indecisiveness of whether to go to second and get the leader or the lead base runner or go to first. Ultimately, I think he made the smart decision to go to Dalton Rushing, but boy, did the Louisville Cardinal at first save the day with that scoop.
Was going to say before that bunt, the Braves have found success in turning double play balls against the Kettleers. That dates back to the second to last meeting of the regular season as Carter Trice digs in. Trice just 3 for his last 34 at the plate. Mentioned it when he was coming into that first AB and struck out, but if there's a guy you want at the plate right now, although he's dangerous at any given time, well, it's Carter Trice who's struggled the most.
Yeah, Trice has struggled, especially at that 2 spot. He struck out swinging in the first strikeout victim for Jacek. Now with a man in scoring position, something we talked about, again, another key is bend but don't break. Cotuit loves to add on big 5-run innings, 6 innings, even 7. Keep them at bay. If they're going to score, make it be 1 at the very most. So Jacek just needs to focus in here, focus on the batter at hand, and Matt Donwin at second. You know, a strikeout, then you have a 2-out opportunity where anything in the defense goes.
Donlin, who runs well for a catcher, but still doesn't present a threat in his speed over there at second, because that one just misses away there for Jacek. And the thing you have to like about Jacek's performance thus far is his ability to locate. You haven't really seen anything miss over the heart of the plate. And if a pitcher does that here in this league, especially against this Cotuit team, then all these pitchers and these hitters are going to punish.
A nice looking breaking ball there. I think it was just low. Now ahead 2-1, but you're exactly right. The velocity doesn't wow you, but the location does. He's picking his spots really well, not letting anything easy and out in front for the Kettleers. But he has a sticky situation here as far as any base runner has gotten in this game.
This one is fouled back into the screen. 2-2 the count. As we look down the right field line right now, down towards Froggy's Pool, and look at all the fans that are overhanging that guardrail. We have never seen that here this season. You can't even see the 300 sign down the foul line right now because of where the fans are standing with that sign being placed low on the foul pole. If you're joining us tonight and this is your first time on the Bourne Braves broadcast, well, welcome in. It's been a fun season, and if you're one of the ones that have been with us all season, we say we appreciate you, and well, we're hoping the Bourne Braves can win this pivotal Game 3 and get to the championship to face the Brewster Whitecaps. That game, if the Braves win, would be tomorrow night at 6 right here at Doran Park. Clap starts here with the Bourne Braves faithful. Choking up with 2 strikes is Trice. Jacek delivers. This one ripped into left field and pretty deep. Back goes Hunter. Jump. That one is going to one-hop the wall. Here comes Donlin to the plate, and into second is Carter Trice, and snaps out of a 3 for 34 with a big RBI double. And one of the keys we talked about, whichever team strikes first would have the advantage, and that is Cotuit tonight.
Well, we knew there were going to be runs tonight. Cotuit scores the first. However, this is a point in the game where you have to continue to buckle down. You cannot give any more runs here. The Braves were going to have to score one, so be it. Look forward now if you're Jacek. Deal with this batter and get 2 more outs and get out of here.
Trice and Donlin trade places on the base paths as Ryan Ritter, always dangerous, steps up, shows bunt, tried to bunt for a base hit there and fouls it away. Now coming up a little lame down the first base line, grabbing what looked, I believe, to be the hamstring of the right leg. I'll have the trainer come out here and check on Ritter. Might shake it off, though, and be just fine.
Yeah, you can hear the Cotuit faithful who travel incredibly well, ecstatic about that RBI double from Carter Trice, especially on a 3-2 pitch. I thought Jacek actually had him with a strikeout a couple of different spots in that at-bat, but still trying to figure out the strike zone and how the home plate umpire is going to call it.
Jacek trying to limit the damage here in the 3rd inning. As Cotuit on the board first. A 3-2 fastball inside the Trice turned on. And a good piece of hitting for the Kettleers designated hitter. Well, you can't keep Ryan Ritter down for too long. He came into yesterday's game with a 20 for 38 clip over his 12-game hitting streak. That was snapped with an 0 for 4 performance. It reached on an error in his first time up, so 0 for his last 5, dating back to the start of yesterday. So it almost scares you that he's going to pop soon. He pops this one up, Into right field, there's Colby Thomas. He's got an arm like no other. Trice is going to fake a tag, and you look at that throw right there by Colby Thomas. Very Ichiro-esque.
I know he didn't get anyone out, but that just felt like a momentum swing type of throw from right. I mean, the crowd going crazy on that one. Now 2 outs. Eric Brown at the plate, and Jacek has an opportunity to escape.
Well, if you want to talk about a tool that Colby Thomas is not lacking, it's his defense with his fielding and his throw power with his arm. It is fun to watch. He has been a joy to watch defensively and offensively for the Braves as Eric Brown steps up and skies it to left. Jump backs up a few steps, should have no trouble. He stands there and makes the catch. The Kettleers get on the board first. They get an error by Christian Knapczyk that allows Donlin to reach, and the Kettleers make the Braves pay with an unearned run off Jacek, a double by Carter Trice. We head to the home third with the Kettleers leading 1-0. You're watching the Bourne Braves YouTube live stream here in Game 3 of the Western Division playoffs. We'll be back right after this. Back with you here from Doran Park. Reeves Jackson and Daniel Coates. And just after 2 innings, the Cotuit Kettleers are going to the bullpen. So they got what they needed from Brendan O'Donnell, who did his job for 2 innings in his first CCBL appearance. So we understand it's going to be a staff day for the Kettleers today. And they go with the Seton Hall lefty, Michael Ciminello, who comes on here for the Kettleers. They go with back-to-back lefties here tonight. Peter Burns digs in 2-0 and pulls back. What a good start here for the Braves against Ciminello, 3-0. And if he's not able to find his command and control, Daniel, well, then the Braves could really jump on the Cotuit lefty.
Well, as we mentioned, not the best average for Peter Burns, but just like that, he knows how to get on base, and he does so once again. That is huge, especially with Christian Knapczyk in the 1 spot, as well as the top of the order due up. Max Anderson on deck. Knapczyk had a couple of good hits, just couldn't square it out. Looking to do it now with Burns at first.
Well, it's an interesting approach to this game for Mike Roberts. He goes with a guy that hadn't appeared in the CCBL yet this season, and now goes in a guy with Ciminello who's only made 1 appearance, and that was actually in the final game of the season on August 3rd against YD in the 10-5 win. As Knapczyk digs in, a first pitch breaking ball then misses 1-0. So 5 consecutive balls here for Simonello, and now Mike Roberts is going to pay a visit to the lefty. So only 5 pitches thrown, and we're going to get an early visit from Mike Roberts. We'll take you through the outing that Simonello had. Did he struggle with his command? Yes, he did. 2 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 3 walks, did strike out 3. This is a guy the Braves can get to.
Most certainly, and I'm actually confused why O'Donnell still isn't in. I mean, he was...
It's a postseason. I feel like you have to ride your guy.
And it is his first start. However, for the UConn kid who knows a lot of these batters in the lineup, I'm surprised only giving up 2 hits on the night, both of them kind of bloopers as well. So for that to happen, I'm pretty surprised by Roberts' move here, especially just with the success that he was having, silencing a dangerous Braves offense. But Max Anderson is a guy tonight who I'm really looking to, especially when it comes to, sending some deep as far as slugging, because we haven't really seen him make a huge difference this postseason. He was someone that we keyed in on who needed a big performance if we wanted to improve to the championship series.
He's missed with 6 straight, and it's 2-0 here to the leadoff hitter, Knapczyk. He was called out on strikes on an inside breaking ball from the starter, O'Donnell. Well, this might be just what the Braves ordered. 2-0. Misses. Oh, boy. This could get dicey as the Cotuit bullpen begins to scramble, a right-hander already loosening up.
Yeah, I think Roberts might be making a visit very soon. But again, this just shows that Roberts is going to throw the kitchen sink at the Braves tonight. Everyone in the bullpen is going to get some reps. Peter Burns advances to second. No strikes just yet from Simonello.
8 pitches, 8 balls here from Simonello, and he's issued 2 free passes. Obviously, the next visit that Mike Roberts makes in this inning, he has to pull his pitcher Simonello. He can only make 2 visits an inning, well, 1 visit, I should say, and then every visit after that has to result in a change as Max Anderson digs in. Simonello from Seton Hall, as I mentioned, out of St. James, New York. The 6'1", 195-pound lefty. He faced 2 lefties, now get a chance at a righty and a breaking ball that's in there for a strike. So it could have been just a lefty-lefty thing in which he faced Burns and Knapczyk. Sometimes that can be mentally opposing for a pitcher. But now here with the righty, Anderson, where he missed to the lefties was mostly away, so that would be into Anderson, obviously. As that breaking ball just missed a hair on the outer half. What have you seen, though, early on here from Simonello? It's been a good mix of breaking balls and fastballs, but just hasn't been able to locate.
Well, that breaking ball looked really nice. Something that I've been surprised by is just the calls on the outer half. We saw that yesterday at Lowell Park. It's been a bit inconsistent, so still trying to find the strike zone, but that is a nice-looking breaking ball. Did he go there?
I believe he did.
They
and
say
yes,
he did.
He did. I think that was a good call. The Bourne Braves crowd doesn't agree, but it appeared Max Anderson definitely went around on that backswing. So unfortunately for him and the Braves, it's 1-2.
And as far as the momentum swing in this game, this half inning is so important moving forward to be able to respond to the Kettleers. Jasek, I'm assuming, will be back on the mound. This is a huge moment.
Anderson swings and misses. A breaking ball eats him up on the inner half. Max goes down. Swinging, his first strikeout of the day is 0 for 2. And now a lefty-lefty matchup presents itself here with Dalton rushing. He doubled his first time to the left center field gap for a ground rule double.
And Dalton got one heck of a piece of the bat on that one. I actually thought there was a chance it could go yard. It bounced over and onto the gravel walkway out there, but just right by that center left light pole, and I wonder if we could see another hard hit ball here again. But if I'm these Braves batters, you still need to allow Simonello to prove that he can throw strikes. I mean, he threw 6 balls in a row. That's how we have 2 batters and 2 base runners on the base path. Dalton rushing, if I'm him, I'm settling back, waiting until I find mine.
Almost a take until you get a strike approach against a guy who has not been able to find it. And hasn't here, 2-0. Well, if he ends up loading the bases, has to deal with one of the hottest Braves hitters in Virginia Tech product, Tanner Schobel, and Mike Roberts has seen enough. How about this? He makes the call to the bullpen in the middle of a 2-0 count. We've seen it a few times this year, but not happy with what he saw from Simonello. We'll get a new pitcher as Cotuit makes the call to the pen, and we'll tell you about him when we come back right here on the Bourne Braves YouTube live stream. Back here from Bourne, Massachusetts, Reeves Jackson, Daniel Coates. Daniel, a familiar face here for you, a Boston College kid, a guy we've actually seen twice this season. The Braves were able to get one run on him the first time they saw him, but he was quite effective in his second outing of the season. 3 1/3 innings for Gig in the second time. 3 hits allowed, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts.
73 viewers. It's our new highest.
But Max Gig, a guy who's only given up 3 earned runs on the season, as our producer Megan comes in to tell us, 473 viewers, most we've had at one time. So thank you for everybody listening along at the moment. And in a 2-0 count, obviously a weird situation for a pitcher to be put in here with Gig, but a first pitch strike, so a good start for the Boston College righty.
Yeah, and it's tough for Dalton Rushing because you've prepared and you've seen now 3 different pitchers. You saw O'Donnell, Simonello, and now Max Gig. So you have to get your timing down. You really have to dig in and try and find which pitches are yours. That one is a tough call in the inside half.
Yeah, that's a tough call right there. Dalton Rushing asking the home plate umpire where that pitch exactly was in the strike zone. And our home plate umpire tonight in Joe Caraco says it was at the knees. Rushing doesn't agree. 2-2 pitch. Gig, a high velocity pitcher. And now a 3-2 count. A guy we've seen, as we mentioned, twice this season. He's 94 to 96, and he's going to come right at you with that fastball.
A guy seen in relief most often for the BC's program, and in my time calling for them, he struggled, of course, against ACC caliber talent. However, that high velocity fastball, he has so much potential, and he's been showing it in the Cape League.
3-2. Rushing turns and grounds one into right field, a base hit. Here comes Burns to the plate. He's going to score without a throw, and the Braves have tied it up on a Dalton Rushing single.
What a way to respond by Dalton Rushing, slapping one in between Eric Brown Jr. and Martorella. Scoring Peter Burns, and that's what happens when you throw balls, allow 2 base runners on for the Braves, and they tie it up.
Well, they get to the hard thrower, Max Gig. I was just about to say, if there's a hard thrower on the mound, if there's a guy that can turn around 96 in a hurry, it's Rushing, and pulls that single into right. And the Braves with a prime opportunity to take the lead with Tanner Schobel here at the plate. They'll bring the corners in.
First and third opportunity, but you also have to remember there's a double play opportunity up the middle. 2 of the best middle infielders that you're going to see in this league in Ryan Ritter and Eric Brown Jr. But with only 1 out, you cannot stop and settle for 1. You need to take the lead here, I think. And as we mentioned early on, the first 3 to 4 innings are really going to set the tone for the rest of the game. We've seen that the team who has gotten off to the lead has won each of the last 2 games. The Braves looking to rewrite that narrative.
Well, we've chronicled the Braves' struggles with runners in scoring position this season, and an outstanding job there by Rushing. And Schobel ahead in the count, 2-0. This is a Braves lineup that, as we mentioned all season long, almost like a roller coaster. It's been ups and downs, obviously, throughout the way, and almost at equal times throughout the season. Almost a span in which they had a lot of success at the beginning of the year, and then in that same amount of time, they struggled. You fast forward, it's almost like the season in quarters. The first quarter of the season, hot. And right in the second quarter of the season, not. And then third quarter, they were again. And then to end the year, they kind of struggled. But here in the postseason, they found the bats again. And it's 3-0 to Schobel.
Well, as impressed as we've been by the bats, you really got to look to the bullpen for the value that they have provided and the stability. We talk about anchors on this team, and I think the pitching staff has to be, I would say the bullpen as a whole is the MVP of this team because we've gone through those highs and lows, but the bullpen has always been so successful.
Schobel not getting a 3-0 green light from Harvey Shapiro, and it's 3-1.
And if I'm Schobel here, I'm very wary to go swing at one because Gig has been all over the place, especially in a pressure-packed situation. I would sit back and make Gig earn it here.
Schobel, when swinging, lost the front hand on the barrel, so almost a weak swing on the follow-through, but just got a piece of it to foul it off. It is a 3-2 count. Will be interesting to see what they do with Dalton Rushing at first. Doubt he's on the move with how good of a catcher Donlin is at the plate, even though there's 1 out in the inning and a 3-2 count. Corners in, as we mentioned. Payoff. Schobel swinging, weak grounder over to third, and just foul at the bag.
A good way to protect. If he got the barrel of the bat on that, That could have the opportunity to get by Roberts.
Knapczyk over at third and rushing at first. The two Louisville Cardinals aboard for another ACC foe at the plate in Tanner Schobel. On most days, he's rooting against the two guys on base, but here trying to bring him in. And does a nice job here to fight off. And if nothing else here, you're just continuing to rise the pitch count of Max Gig, who has been probably, at this current moment at the roster Cotuit has, their most effective relief pitcher.
Yeah, and that's what he came in to do. As I mentioned, I think Roberts is going to throw everything he has in the bullpen here tonight, knowing that he doesn't have really a Game 3 starter, so he's just going to use a bunch of relievers.
That's outside, ball 4. It gets away, but not far enough for Knapczyk to advance. Braves play it safe, and they'll take the bases loaded with the speedy Joe Lampe on his way up into the batter's box.
Joe struck out in his last appearance. He started off the game yesterday, though, with a base knock, and really was a catalyst in that 10-run affair. He has bases loaded now, only 1 out, so we have 2 to work with here against Gig, who seems to be a bit wayward. How about that at bat from Tanner Schobel, though? In this situation, to foul a few off and come away with a walk, now bases loaded, and Christian Knapczyk leading the way. Behind him is Cardinal and college teammate Dalton Rushing, another ACC foe behind him in Tanner Schobel.
Donlin goes over to, I don't know if he was exchanging a catcher's mitt or what, at least went over to the dugout for something. As we actually have a golden retriever over in foul territory on the first base side. Told you we wouldn't see the weirdest thing yet this season. Might be the bat dog. First pitch here to Joe Lampe in a bases loaded situation, and a breaking ball misses downstairs.
I still think the
the
goose delay.
The goose delay, I think, takes the cake.
Seen.
Sprinklers were close. Something we saw in person.
Yes, something about Eldridge Park. Just the craziest things happened there.
Sun starting to come out above Doran Park here is Lampe with a slow chopper over to third. That one is going to trickle and just rolls foul. That could have been disastrous for the Kettleers.
Wow. I like Joe Lampe's thinking, though.
Yeah.
Get the bat on the ball. It's knotted at 1, but Roberts breathing a sigh of relief because he bailed on it. And I think Christian Knapczyk and Joe Lampe recognized that it wasn't drifting foul too quickly.
A big at-bat here early in this game. And Joe ahead in the count.
And you got to think this way for the Braves. In order to take this lead right now would be massive because Max Gig is one of the best relievers for Cotuit. Then who do you have after that?
Right,
Who are
you're
you
right.
throwing in there for
Yeah.
Roberts? We have Jake Bennett in the wings now, and Jasek seems to be pitching well. Hopefully he can continue as long as we want him.
That's to the backstop. Here comes Knapczyk, and the Braves get their second run. Both runners advance 90 feet, and the Braves still in business.
That's the one that Christian Knapczyk was waiting for. He recognized that Gig was all over the zone. Donlin unable to handle that one. The Braves take the lead. Can the narrative be flipped on its head that whoever takes the lead first wins this game? In order for the Braves to make it to the championship, they're going to have to, and they're in a good position now.
Wouldn't it be so fitting? As Hunter jump on deck, 3-1. Outside, ball 4, and they're loaded again.
And keep this in mind. Roberts can't make another visit to the mound.
Yes, it's if he does, he's got to pull his pitcher. So it's either you let the guy come out. Obviously, the catcher, Donlin, can go out there, but if Roberts comes out again or the pitching coach, it doesn't matter who it is, they have to make a pitching change. So the Kettleers, who had a quick hook, and maybe deservedly so, of Simonello, as here is jump, swings and misses through a changeup. Hunter jump. If the Bourne Braves end up winning the series, I think you're going to have to look back to the key moment of the series in last night's game when Hunter Jump hit a 3-run homer as part of a 4-run Braves fourth. He's got another big situation in front of him here. And swings, broken bat, lofted into right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. There's going to be a play at the plate. There is a force. He's safe. Off the plate is Matt Donlin.
Keep this rolling. This half inning is going to define the game. Max Gig really struggling when he finds the plate. The Braves are all over it. Hunter Jump, he struggled mightily in the later half of this regular season. Not struggling in the postseason. That all started with a 3-run shot yesterday. It's continuing in his second at-bat today.
Well, if the Braves end up winning the series, there's a few guys you can look to that could be West Division playoff MVP. Obviously, getting a little ahead of ourselves. That's if the Braves can hold this lead. But one guy to keep an eye out for, and a name is Hunter Jump.
Hunter Jump, this is a huge moment, and we were talking about this, and we chronicled it through his time here in the Cape. He's been such an important addition late in the season. His first at-bat resulted in Joe Lampe coming around in that Wareham game.
Yeah.
That was the second to last game of the season. However, in our final trip to Splain Field, but Ben Huber, I mean, he can do it all. He's been very impressive at the plate.
Nice pitch there from Gig. Effective slider in there for strike one. Well, Ben Huber, who had another good day at the plate yesterday for the Braves.
Look who's on deck. Colby Thomas, who has a tendency for the dramatics as that one gets away from Donwin, but he keeps it ahead of him.
Yeah, he's also got a new bat, a different bat than we're used to seeing. So Huber down in the count, 0-2. He fished for a slider in the dirt there and came up with nothing. The bait worked there for Gig. 0-2. Good job by Huber to foul and fight.
Again, even a sacrifice fly or...
Yeah, any way you can get this potential fourth run home.
Well, you look around the infield, everyone pulled in on the cut of the grass. They're looking to go home and keep the Braves lead at 2. But Ben Huber, as dangerous behind the count as he is ahead of it, especially when you give him the green light to swing.
He chases a slider and strikes out swinging, so a good sequence there from Max Gig, who gave a heavy dose of the sliders to Ben Huber. And now Colby Thomas will try to push a few more Braves runs across here in this third inning. 3 is great, but with bases loaded and 1 out, the Braves would love to exploit the Kettleers for more.
As I mentioned, this is the moment to do it. This has to be the inning. 3-1 is great, but to add more runs.
It hits Colby Thomas with the bases loaded. That's one way to get another run home. And the Braves have now batted around here in the bottom of the third as Peter Burns, who began this inning with a walk against the lefty Simonello, is back to the plate.
What's a theme that we've been following with Peter Burns this entire season? Timely hitting.
Yes.
We need timely hitting. And hey, Peter Burns, a catcher for Boston College, he knows Max Gig's few pitches as well as anyone.
He sure does. There's anyone that knows this pitcher, it's Peter Burns. And so often throughout levels of baseball, especially in Major League Baseball, you always see comparisons when a catcher goes to a new team and they are facing a pitcher they caught. And so many times you see how much success a catcher has in that situation. And the Braves and Peter Burns hoping for the same success that you hear about here. Good stop by Donlin.
A solo shot for him yesterday, his first home run of the season. It was the cherry on top of that win in Game 2. He was as excited as anyone. For a guy who's most comfortable going opposite field, he pulled one over the right center wall, the same exact spot that Hunter Jump hit a 3-run shot earlier in the game.
Well, the Bourne crowd is fired up and they want more. Not satisfied just yet. Mid-90s fastball from Gig, and that's on the inner half. So you look at this crowd that has surrounded Doran Park. They're on the hills. They're out of the fence up on the... As that one is lined and grounded over to Ritter. He has no play as Peter Burns has an infield single. And the Braves are pouring it on the Kettleers.
And we still have a bases loaded situation. The second RBI of the postseason for Peter Burns. He continues his timely hitting. Game 3 of the West Division playoffs, and Peter Burns continues to show up as he's done all season in the top of the order again.
Well,
No movement from Roberts, by the way.
Well, quite frankly, nobody in the bullpen because Daniel, he doesn't have very many options left. He's got to stick with Gig, who is not finding the plate. As you mentioned, Peter Burns, timely hitting once again, something he's been so good at. And again, does the catcher come out on top of the pitcher in these matchups in which Burns has caught so many games for Gig at Boston College? I know you saw many of those games and your calls there. Burns comes out on top, as he did yesterday with that big solo shot.
He's the heart and soul of this team, really.
Yeah, captain. Knapcheck bounces this one. High chopper to Ritter. Nice short hop, flip to second, and just gets the sliding Peter Burns for out number 3, but not before the Braves explode with a crooked number in the bottom of the third. They push across 5 and get through 2 different Kettleers pitchers, and the tide has been turned as we head to the top of the 4th. After a big 5-run third for the Braves, back here in the top of the 4th inning with Jasek on the mound. As that one chopped foul here at the feet of the 5-hole hitter, Noah Bridges. Well, Daniel, we talked about it here on the air about the feeling of the nerves and the uncomfortability of this kind of buzz around the ballpark after Cotuit struck first. Well, you can kind of say just the opposite right now, as Harvey Shapiro and Mike Roberts are getting into it right now on the third base dugout. This is very interesting.
Our own Calvin Cristoforo looks to be in the middle of it.
Yeah, not sure what could be possibly going on. Mike Roberts apparently talking to a fan. I'm sure Mike Roberts wasn't yelling at Harvey, but rather telling him about maybe a fan who could be potentially heckling Mike Roberts. Not sure. Mike Roberts is not happy. The game's going to continue with the fastball swung on a miss by Bridges. Mike Roberts is not happy. There's some Braves fans that are yomping out there at Mike Roberts.
Wow. Talk about a hostile environment.
It is.
Roberts looks like he took exception to maybe a fan's comment, but nevertheless, the play did not conclude. Jacek still ahead. Now it's 2-2, but some extracurricular activities. We're going to see if our Calvin Cristoforo can give us any information. I mean, he is right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Same with our social media intern, Joe.
This one chopped over to Knapjack. Fields on the run, throw across his body in the stretch by rushing for out number 1.
Great throw, Cardinal to Cardinal, and Knapjack responds after an error with a routine ground ball. And if you remember, back in the 3rd inning when the Cotuit Kettleers scored in the top of the 3rd, it all started from Matt Donwan's chopper that was handled unsuccessfully by Knapjack. But good to see him respond. Both errors tonight coming from the left side of the infield, one for Knapjack, one for Anderson. Something we need to clean up if we want to hold on to this lead.
Swing and a miss. How about that slider today from Jacek? That has been his go-to pitch whenever he's needed to, and it's been effective at throwing it for strikes.
The other thing about a high velocity, or I should say, not as high of a velocity fastball, as he's sticking really with that slider, is that you can't create as much power off of it as someone who's throwing 95 or 96. So these sliders that he's sticking with and placing really well are really not beneficial for the Kettleers. He's 2-2 again now. One out. Knapjack looks to be settling back in there at short. A quiet day for the outfield. We're slowly going under the lights.
Yeah, Calvin Cristoforo reporting back up to us as the 2-2 rings up Brett Roberts. What a pitch from Jacek. And, well, I think the Bourne Braves should let Jacek ride, especially with the 4-run lead. But back to the report from Calvin, was telling us that some fans, obviously, some Bourne Braves fans were chirping at Roberts down there. And, well, Daniel, he didn't take too kindly to it. Well, you're probably not happy when you have a 4-run deficit either.
We talked about two guys that we wouldn't want to go face-to-face with. One of them, the two head coaches in the Cape League.
No, not
One
at
of
all.
them being Roberts, the other being Harvey Shapiro. They're both facing off here tonight, but Roberts definitely taking exception. It just shows how much this means for both sides.
Well, there's a lot at stake on the line for Mike Roberts tonight. If he wins tonight, it would be his 30th playoff win in CCBL history, which would tie John Schiffner for second all-time for most wins of Chatham. Which, if you don't know who John Schiffner is, well, he's the coach from the famed movie Summer Catch of the Chatham Anglers, back then the Chatham A's. So a lot on the line and at stake for Mike Roberts tonight. But his team is trailing by 4. 2-1 here from Jacek, a breaking ball in for strike 2.
Wow. I mean, the movement on it, I'm not sure if the video really does it justice just with the angle, but the movement from right to left on that slider from Jacek is astounding to see, especially at the angle that we have right now. Martorella had a base knock, 1 of 2 that Cotuit has posted here in the 4 innings.
The payoff pitch will be upcoming here for Jacek. And here to Martorella, he hasn't missed by much, Daniel. He's been very close to the zone. Three-two and spoiled. Out of play over towards the Cotuit dugout.
5-1 is great. Middle part of the game, though, you can't settle and be comfortable with this. You need to continue to be aggressive. And for Jacek here, just give him something to hit. Let your defense make a play.
Over to first, and just foul. Bounced over the bag, but landed in foul territory, thus a foul ball.
This will be Jasic's 59th pitch, close to scratching 60.
Just missed, and Martorella draws a base on balls.
All right, no harm, no foul. However, you now have to deal with Matt Suggs, who's had a really impressive postseason thus far. He's batting .400, including a home run in Game 1. It gave Cotuit the lead, and they never looked back in a trouncing of the Braves.
Well, in J6 now 9 2/3 innings with the Braves, Daniel, just his first walk issue. As 8-hole hitter Matt Suggs steps to the plate for the Kettleers. Suggs here in this postseason, 2 for 5, and hit a 2-run homer. That was back in Game 1, and the blowout win for the Kettleers. Well, if the Braves can battle back down 1-0 and win 2 in a row, boy, would that be some momentum heading into Brewster, in which the Braves would host tomorrow night if they can keep this lead throughout the remainder of this game. Chopped over to Anderson, but just as it was to Rushing, just a hair foul.
Good to see him field it cleanly, though, and kind of get his confidence back. Playing with house money, so might as well go and get the practice in. But, again, still 2 errors on the night early on for the Braves. Might just be a little Game 3 nerves, but
yeah, but
who
as
knows?
of now, it really hasn't come back to haunt them, which is a positive sign. It did haunt them with the 1 run, an unearned run that Donlin reached on the air by Knapcheck, but outside of that, the Braves offense coming through in a big way.
1-2, 1 strike away for stranding another Kettleer on base.
This one line, Knapcheck leaps and can't get it. It's into center field. Martorella takes the turn, heads to third. Lampy's throw comes to third and almost got him. The ball deflects off of the back of Martorella, and all of a sudden a 2-out walk has the Kettleers in business with a single by Suggs, first and third.
Again, bend but don't break. If you have to give up a run here, that is okay. We can manage that. However, Jacek now has forces at second and first. Eddie Marco wants to have a word. But if you're Jacek, keep your head high, keep your chin up. You just got to go and deal with the next batter. It's really nothing crazy. And again, as good as we are offensively with 2 outs, so too is Cotuit. So you need to buckle down here. You only need 1 more out. A couple unfortunate foul balls, and all of a sudden, a man in scoring position for Cotuit.
As we mentioned, Donlin has scored the lone Kettleers run today. That was after he reached on an air by Christian Knapcheck, who almost made an incredible leaping catch over there at short.
Matt Donlin, the 9 spot. He was the first run of this game and the only run for Cotuit. Got on base after his ground ball was mishandled by Knapcheck at short.
Skies this one. Will it stay in play for Rushing? It will not. Drifts onto the mound of dirt on the construction site on the first base side.
To be able to strand 2 Kettleers here would be another boost and wave of momentum moving into the bottom of the 4th, especially for Jacek. And Eddie Marco and Harvey Shapiro, if you were putting yourself into their shoes, are you thinking about Jake Bennett anytime soon?
It just depends on really how this inning ends. Maybe the pitch count of Jacek as well. Line to third and foul. Anderson for a minute was thinking about extending the body, but had no chance. I think it all depends on if Jacek with 2 strikes here able to get out of this inning. I really think the Doran Park crowd is going to get loud on this upcoming 2-strike pitch. They still need somebody to fetch this ball over in foul territory. Can't tell exactly who that is. Looks like a big, tall, 6'9" righty Tyler Stewart who's running down there. Actually, that's Josh Eknes. He's 6'7", 6'6". So
you can tell with the bright red shoes he has from Lamar. 1 strike away, though, and Jacek He's looking as calm and poised as ever.
Big 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and down goes Matt Donlin. And that retires the side here for the Kettleers in the top of the 4th inning. Mike Roberts will walk back to the Cotuit dugout. He's going to have some words for Harvey Shapiro first as we join you back up here in the Braves broadcast booth. Reeves Jackson up here as we want to send things down here to Calvin Cristoforo. And Calvin, talk about that big Braves inning back there in the 3rd inning, a 5-run 3rd in which they batted around for just the 3rd time this season. Explosive offensively, and after they went down, they take the lead, which is something we really haven't seen this series. So talk about how the team's feeling in that big explosive inning.
Well, Reeves, Nick and I's one of our main topic points in our pregame show today was when Cotuit takes the momentum, take it back. We said if Cotuit does something big, you do something bigger. The Kettleers score a run to open up the scoring in the top of the 3rd inning, and the Braves come back with 5 of their own in the bottom of the 3rd. And the only thing bigger than that is having a shutdown inning after the fact, and that's exactly what Matt Jasek just had. Braves are up 4 runs now, swinging the bats again in the bottom half of the 4th, looking for another big inning to try to get this offense rolling once again and continue to improve that lead on the scoreboard.
Home 4th. Big strikeout for Jasek to end that frame and leave 2 Kettleers stranded. Gig back out on the hill as Anderson sends the first one foul. There's place here is buzzing. And nothing like it. Great report down from Calvin there on the Braves dugout talking about that big inning. And Calvin, I'm sure they're just as fired up as all these fans are, and we are as well. As Anderson, hard hit to 3rd. Diving stop there by Roberts. Loses the sunglasses. High throw. Did he get the tag on him? He did not. Anderson beats it. It should be interesting to see how it's scored. I'd guess a base hit. That was a tough play there for Roberts. Who made an outstanding stop.
Very funky play. He almost stepped on the sunglasses at short.
He sure did. He had to make sure he sidestepped those.
I think Max Anderson realized how hard of a ground ball it was and then really put on the Jets. That's what happens. We had a very similar situation called safe with that Dalton Rushing, who's now at the plate, had to deal with defensively at first.
It's going to be scored a base hit, and rightly so for Max Anderson as Dalton Rushing digs in. All of these Braves hitters were seen last inning. They batted around 2 hitters over. And as we talked about, the bats have caught fire when they needed to most. They weren't necessarily going into the postseason with the hot bats, but they've found their groove against Cotuit. Rushing, hard hit ball to second. Brown Fields, throws to Ritter and on to first. A 4-6-3 double play. Nice play there from Eric Brown.
Routine ground ball, as I mentioned. 2 of the best middle infielders you're going to see in this league. They make it look easy, and they did there.
2 away brings Tanner Schobel to the plate.
Playing second base, the Virginia Tech Hokie, number 27, Tanner Schobel.
Again, 2-out opportunity where the Braves thrive with Tanner Schobel, one of the hottest batters, taking a first pitch inside.
Schobel in the air to left. Backing up there is Suggs, and he's under to make the catch. A quick inning for Max Gig. He allows a leadoff single, but gets a double play and a fly out to boot. And we head to the 5th with the Braves leading by 4. Top of the 5th we go, and top of the order for the Kettleers. And to take you through the 5th and 6th, I turn things over here to my partner, Daniel Coates.
Thank you, Reeves. Hard hit ground ball. Dalton rushing can of corn. Out number 1.
Well, that was easy.
A quick out number 1. Exactly what we need.
Now batting, the DH from Old Dominion, number 8, Carter Trice.
Jacek on the mound for the top of the 5th. That slider there just drifts outside. 5-1, a 4-run lead. The Braves explode in the bottom of the 3rd. 4-5 responding to a 1-run top of the 3rd with Carter Trice, the 2 spot. Digging in, a check swing he for sure went, and the umpire agrees. 1-1, a packed house. 3,000 approximately scattered around Dorn Park off the Bourne Bridge in Game 3 of the West Division playoffs. Now 2-1. Jacek just hit 70 pitches. Have to imagine Harvey Shapiro's having thoughts about who will be next up for the Braves on the mound.
Yeah, absolutely. Really extending Jacek here, which if the Braves can win this game, maybe would make him unavailable more than likely for the championship series.
Carter Trice is 1 for 2. He had a double in the 3rd. His double scored the first run of the game, actually, for Cotuit.
Yeah, I was going to say that the no action currently in the Braves pen. There are a few guys starting to walk around, maybe get loose. Not sure who they want to throw. I know Ben Etheridge would still be available. Obviously, you have Jake Bennett there, too.
2-2 taken down the left field line. They call it fair. Carter Trice looking for his second double of the day. He rounds first. Safely at second. Thinks about 3, but puts on the brakes. And just like that, a Cotuit Kettleers in scoring position.
Now batting, the shortstop from the University of Kentucky, number 10, Ryan Ritter.
3 spot, Ryan Ritter. Dangerous as ever at the top of the order. The top part of the order, I should say. Just foul, or just fair, I should say, missing the chalk on the side for the Bourne Braves. Ryan Ritter is 0 for 2 on the night. He's showing bunt. He gets it down. It drifts foul. To the delight of the Braves. The crowd continuing to pour in from the parking lot, and it is quite a scene on this Sunday evening on the Cape. The Brewster Whitecaps awaiting tomorrow.
We had to have Will Henschel, our public address announcer, who does a great job. Had to get a license plate number for somebody that double parked here. That's how packed this parking lot is.
As expected, however, we knew that this is the type of scene that we were walking into. Just shows how much this community cares, and the Braves are putting out quite a performance. Jacek leading the way. That's his 75th pitch of the night from Indiana State. His second game started for the Braves. And it's the same Jacek we were introduced to a week ago. The 0-2. Ground ball over to Rushing. Backhand, he takes it himself for out number 2. Carter Trice now at 3rd, but they get the easy out.
Yeah, you can take the for sure out. You get Trice over to 3rd, but now you got 2 down dealing with Eric Brown Jr.
Eric Brown.
This is a big at-bat here early in this game. Obviously, you would love, and it'd be huge, to keep a 4-run lead. A 3-run lead all of a sudden seems a little tighter. Even the 1 run just makes a big difference. So with 2 down here, it'd be huge to get EBJ.
First pitch ball. Eric Brown Jr., he's gotten under it twice. A pop-up to second in the first. A fly out to left in the third. Both of those ended the inning. Looking for the same result here for Harvey Shapiro's squad. 1-0. 2 balls on 2 breaking balls, just missing the zone. Eric Brown Jr. has been quite a dangerous batter in the middle half of the Cotuit Kettleer lineup for a team that we've chronicled has been so explosive offensively. Finds the zone, 2-1.
Yeah, haven't they? And Eric Brown Jr., 2 for 11 now here in this postseason, so trying to turn it on, but ever since that first game has been a bit of a struggle. It was 2 for 5 and 0 for 4 yesterday. As Austin Parsley, boy, wasn't that an impressive performance from him. He was throwing strikes, locating. As I mentioned, retired 17 in a row at one point, other than the Jace Grady single and home run. The only 2 hits he allowed over 6 innings and only struck out 3, was doing his thing, pitching to contact.
Just missing on the outside corner, to the disagreement of the Braves faithful.
Yeah, just missed a little away. I agree with the home plate umpire's call right there. And Caraco.
Brown ahead of the count. Trice remains at third, stalking the third base line. 3-1. Fouled off, and a payoff pitch coming with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Jasek has battled back time and time again. He's creeping closer to the 100 mark. 82nd pitch, upcoming action in the left field bullpen for the Braves. One more pitch for Jasek to send this game to the bottom of the 5th and hold on to a 4-run lead in Game 3. The Braves poised in position to go to the championship series, the 3-2. This one taken foul over the backstop and the net.
Yeah, nice to have WEEI out here tonight. Got the game on the radio here in the Cape Cod. And, see, I caught myself, Daniel. I said in Cape Cod. I corrected myself, on Cape Cod. I'm getting better. I'm learning, even though it's like my last week here. But
as long as you get it at some point.
Exactly. Well, good to have them here. They're on the opposite side of the deck we're on, and their first time here at Bourne Park this season.
Full count. Swing and a miss. Jasek battles back again. Another Cotuit Kettleers stranded to the bottom of the 5th. The Braves trying to add on to a 4-run lead. Sights set on the championship series.
Playing center field, the Arizona State Sun Devil, number 4, Joe Lampe.
Joe Lampe, as we like to call him, the leadoff in the middle part of the lineup.
Absolutely.
to start the game, or to start things off in the bottom of the fifth as this game creeps closer to the latter half. 1-0, close to Lampy's ankles, who reached on a bases walked back in the third. Shocker.
Yeah, right.
The 1-0. 2 pitches low from Cotuit. Still Gig on the mound. As we mentioned, I mean, where does Roberts turn? Such a depleted bullpen in right field.
Yeah, and
3 pitches, 3 balls.
for Gig at times, he's had strings where he's had excellent command of the zone, which is throwing strikes. You saw last inning, led up the single to Anderson, threw strikes though, got the double play, got the fly out to left. And then right when he came in for Simonello, he couldn't even find the zone, which he hasn't through the first 3 pitches to Joel Lampy. I don't know what it is about pitching to Joel Lampy, but pitchers don't like to mess with him. Just good plate discipline.
Ooh, and that one called on the furthest part outside.
You know, I will say that Jasek did not get that call to the outside corner in the last half inning. So it's got to stay consistent if you're home-plate umpire Caraco.
A change in mindset now for Lampy. He takes one up the middle. There's the shortstop. Ritter, the throw on time. Out number 1 and 3 balls. Gig responds. Hunter jump. 1 for 2 on the night. Now digs in with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th.
Hunter Jump had that RBI single to right field, broke the bat, and just delivered it into right field as Bridges almost deked a catch and it fell in. And had to play at the plate, but thankfully the Braves were able to get a run as Rushing was able to come across. It's just one inning that's looming largely today. 6 runs in the third combined.
1-0, 1 out. 2-0 now, and Gig continuing to try and find the zone. The Boston College pitcher, who's a major reliever in Mike Gambino's squad up in Chestnut Hill, trying to be and fulfill the same role for Roberts' squad down here for Cotuit. He's done so throughout the season. 2-1.
Mike Gambino, what a baseball name. Gambino rhymes with the old Bambino, Babe Ruth. He deserved to be in baseball with that type of name.
Most certainly. It would have gone to waste if it wasn't.
Yeah, right?
Jump takes it the other way. Well, foul.
Look at Pedro Blanco, our incredible team photographer here at Bourne, along with our social media interns, Joe Sullivan and Ellie Coker. Pedro is up here getting some shots of this incredible home crowd here tonight at Dorn Park and does excellent work for the Braves.
2-2, now a full count. Hunter Jump looking to get on base for the second time today. He had a base hit in the third. His hot streak in the postseason continues, adding on to a 3-run shot yesterday at Cotuit. Swing and a miss, a hesitant one at that for the out number 2, and they throw it around.
And Calvin just letting us know down from the field that the guy we saw last night for 2/3 of an inning, Ben Etheridge, is getting up and loose in the Bourne Braves bullpen.
Huber now with 2 outs. Takes one inside. About to be the 50th pitch for Max Gig. A quiet couple of innings here at Dorn Park after an explosive third inning where Cotuit started it by scoring 1 in the top, and in the home half the Braves drove home 5. No action since that point. The 2-0, 2 outs. The fastball and the velocity seems to be there for Gig. Really, it's his breaking ball that is really having trouble finding part of the plate.
Absolutely.
That one ripped foul over towards the dirt hill where the kids are scrambling, as our Will Henschel always has to remind parents and kids to stay off of that. It's another unique part of Doran Park. Two and two for Huber. A single and a strikeout, 1 for 2 on the night. Breaking ball outside, another full count for Gig to deal with.
Yeah, great at bat here by Huber. The pitch count for Gig. And just his third inning of work, already at 53, so they're trying to ride him as long as they can. Still nothing going in the Cotuit pen.
3-2, an awkward hit. Going over is the first baseman. The flip, they got him at first. Good coverage by Gig, and Cotuit posts another scoreless inning defensively. 5-1. The Braves hold a 4-run lead. Jasek going to be on the mound in the top of the 6th.
Now batting, the right fielder from UNC Wilmington.
Welcome back to the top of the 6th. Alongside me, Nick Galley, our beat writer.
Yes,
And
sir.
Nick, it has been one exciting game here. Game 3, win or go home. The
Huge
Braves
game.
have a 5-1 lead.
Huge game. I mean, that goes without saying. But I don't want to get ahead of myself just yet. We know it's a very good Cotuit team. It's a 4-run lead. Anything can happen with a lead like this. I mean, a good spot, no doubt. If you're Bourne, you're on the right side of things right now. But still a lot of time left in this ball game. You got to bear down.
Jasek in his 6th inning will have to deal with Noah Bridges, who chops one over Tanner Schobel's way, attacking it, unable to handle it. That's the 3rd error of the night.
Jasek is getting no help from his defense tonight. That's, as you mentioned, 3 errors now.
Well, the double play ball is set up in the middle of the infield, but the 2 middle infielders who are so sure-handed with 2 errors of their own tonight. 1 for Schobel, 1 for Knapczyk, and 1 for Max Anderson with Brett Roberts due up.
You have to make that play. The only run Jasek has allowed tonight has been unearned. So you don't make any errors tonight, he doesn't allow any runs. I mean, you're good to go right now. So luckily it's only been 1 run tonight, but if you keep making these defensive miscues, Cotuit's going to jump on it, you're going to pay, and things are going to get out of hand.
1-0. Chopper over to Max
All right.
Anderson. 5-4 to 3.
Nice, baby! Oh, that's big. That is big. That is very big. Oh.
Well, I mentioned the double play ball up the middle of the infield, but it seems the Braves are most comfortable when it goes 5-4-3, and Max Anderson responding defensively to an error early on.
Number 18,
That's the sure-handed Braves infield we know and love.
I mean, that's what you need right there. We know Max Anderson has had some struggles over at third, but he looked as sure-handed as ever right there. And Matt Jasek, this kid is pitching his rear end off right now. I could say a lot more if we weren't on air, and I'm probably going to after this half inning, but this guy is pitching his rear end off right now. And, I mean, it's against a team he faced not too long ago, about a week ago now.
The 0-1 chopper foul. What a play and momentum swinger for the Braves.
Yeah, that's massive. I mean, that's massive.
After a defensive miscue that you'd really never see Tanner Schobel play. And speaking of Tanner Schobel, look at where he's positioned.
Got a shift going here on Suggs. Or Martorella, excuse me. Suggs on deck.
Nathan Martorella.
But, yeah, obviously pull heavy hitter here. Had a home run the other night when he was at Bourne, so guy at the bottom of the lineup that does have some pop.
The 0-2.
Oh, my goodness.
Swing and a miss.
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
The Indiana State Sycamore slicing and dicing
I'm telling you, I trust this man with my life.
Well, we know that Jasek's family, his sister, is on the stream. We'd like to shout you out. Your brother is pitching one heck of a game. It's a 5-1 lead the Braves are holding, defending Doran Park and moving to the bottom of the 6th. We're going to send it down to our own Calvin Cristoforo for a quick hit. He's down there by the Braves dugout. Bourne holding a 5-1 lead. Calvin, tell us what you know.
A lot at stake tonight. There always is in a winner-take-all Game 3 of a playoff series. But let's take a closer look at what's on the line tonight. The Braves trying to go to the championship series for the 5th time in the team's history, trying to get back there for the first time since 2017. That was a series where they played Brewster. In 2017, they lost a very hard-fought Game 3, 2-0 to the Whitecaps in that series. They're also trying to win their 5th playoff series against Cotuit, coming into this series 4-2 against the Kettleers in playoff appearances. And finally, guys, they're trying to do it by beating Cotuit in back-to-back games, something they haven't done all season. So they're off to a really good start. They still got to close it out, though, against the Kettleers lineup that has been hitting very well down the stretch.
Once again, we are seeing the Eastern Michigan pitcher, Zachary Fruit, who will have to face the Mercer Bear, Colby Thomas. It's going to be Colby's second appearance to the plate, where he grounded out in the second and was hit by a pitch, reaching the base path in that 5-run third inning.
I will say his ground out in the second, really hard hit ball. I mean, just right over the Ritter at short. So, he hits that anywhere else, probably a base knock. Then obviously hit by pitch, gets an RBI. Quite the way to do it.
The 1-0, big cut from Colby Thomas. A dangerous guy to have at your 8 spot. His offensive production was really kick-started in our first trip to McKeon Park in Hyannis, where he went just a single shy of the cycle. We've seen Fruit before. That was a couple weeks ago at Lowell Park. And the Braves were...
He started, didn't he?
I
Not the
believe he
start?
did.
I think he did.
The Braves were all over him. 1-2. Right up to Fruit. He tried to barehand it. Here comes Ritter, the throw. That gets behind Martorella. Good backup, though, from Donwin, and Colby stays at first.
Interested to see how that's ruled. I think it should be a base hit.
Now batting, playing catcher.
Yeah, and it will be. Base knock for Colby Thomas.
Peter Burns.
Colby Thomas now taking his time, and he's actually going to be advancing to second, they call.
I don't know. I'm not sure what happened. Did it go out of play or?
Looks like it may have. Roberts wants
I'm
to
not
have
sure
a
what
word
happened.
with the first base umpire. He's not done just yet. Remains to be some sort of disagreement, and here comes Roberts.
You know,
Yeah.
he usually doesn't agree with things that don't go his way all that much.
No, certainly not, and we've seen that a couple of times today and a couple of times this series, and now his argument worked. The home plate umpire, as well as the three others, are convening by the mound.
To be honest, I'd kind of like an explanation, too. I'm not really sure what happened. You know, Donlin had the good backup, and
Roberts still jawing from a distance. He now retreats back to the dugout. No, I lied. And there he goes. Now he's going back to the dugout. So Peter Burns.
So Colby Thomas will stay on second.
And Peter Burns now with another opportunity to add an RBI. He has 2 in the postseason.
Yeah, Peter Burns, I mean, good third inning for him. He walked to lead things off, came around to score. Gets up later in the inning because Bourne batted around. RBI base knock in the hole over at short. It's kind of went a little opposite field. We know Peter Burns kind of tends to pull the ball a little bit, kind of bloop balls into center field.
Burns showing bunt. That one gets away from Donwin.
Oh, yep,
There
yep.
goes Thomas to third.
Beautiful jump by Colby Thomas. He read that the entire way. Beautiful jump.
His exaggerated lead was really what got him to third.
Yeah, he got a great secondary lead. No hesitation once that ball skipped away from Donlin. Makes his way to third, standing up easy.
We saw a suicide squeeze yesterday at Lowell Park. I wonder if we're going to see that with a 9-spot hitter, Peter Burns.
You might as well give Cotuit a taste of their own medicine. Try anything out right now. You're up 5-1, but you need some insurance.
The 1-0, Fruit. Big cut, and now count knotted up at ones.
Also notable to say, infield pulled in right now, right kind of on the fringe of the grass. Peter Burns loves to put the ball kind of right up the middle in that area, so he's got plenty of room to work with between the dirt and the infield and the grass. So look for him to kind of lift one over the middle infielders here.
And that's what he does. A high fly ball coming in the center fielder. He has it. Thomas fakes going home and remains at third. The throw.
Smart play, smart play. You got no outs in the inning. That's your first right there. So still 2 outs to work with. Guy on third. It's a good hold by Harvey Shapiro right there. Even 2 outs, I don't know if I'd try that. That's pretty short. Wow, I'm choking, man. Pretty short throw, as I was saying.
It was a smart decision, and Colby Thomas is still at third early in the bottom of the 6th.
Almost just died on air. I was talking too much. I was talking too much.
A 6-1 game, Nick, is so different than 5-1. To have that 5-run lead would be huge moving into the later portion of this game. And
well, yeah, makes your Grand Slam proof.
Without the starter Jasek, who we're expecting out soon. And speaking of Jasek, we shouted out his sister who's on the stream. We'd like to shout out his entire family who is following along in his exceptional outing here tonight.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys.
Top of the order once again, Christian Knapczyk. The infield still in. Another fly ball. This one to left field.
I don't think he's going to try now. Yeah,
Colby won't try. 2 attempts for the sacrifice fly. Both a bit too shallow for Colby Thomas to take off to home.
I know you're up 5-1, but, I mean, Colby Thomas on second with no outs. This is a guy you have to get across the dish. Max Anderson, good guy to have up. I know a little bit of a tough day. He has a base hit today, but he struck out and grounded out. But It's a guy who hits really well here at Dorn Park.
Mm-hmm. Two outs in the bottom of the 6th.
Oof.
A big cut.
So I'm assuming we're going to see Etheridge next. We'll probably get him for 1 inning. Then I think it's, Tyler Stewart, Xavier Lovett. And then I say you do not mess around with this series. You're bringing Eric Adler for the 9th.
We saw him last night. We had a very comfortable lead. He allowed a hit, but other than that, he was
fine.
The same old Eric Adler.
And also, I'd even suggest if your setup guy.
1-1, taken high in, deep to right,
Okay,
going
out.
over. Can that wrap around? They call it foul.
Oh.
Wow. The right fielder, you can't see it on the screen.
Yeah, Bridges.
Rolling over the fence.
Yeah, you hope Bridges is all right there. He appears to be fine.
Wow.
Really good bid by him, but just short of a home run for Max Anderson. He almost hooked that right around the pole.
Bridges doubles over the top of the fence. A ball that continued to drift towards Froggy's pole and right. Now 2-2, a good eye from Anderson.
But yeah, I'd even suggest if your setup guy runs into a little bit of trouble, Eric Adler, 4-out save, even 5-out save. If you're in a save, I mean, you're not in a save situation right now, but.
2-2 swing and a miss. Anderson strands. Colby Thomas on third, and we're moving to the top of the 7th. This game approaching crunch time. Game 3, do or die. Brewster awaiting tomorrow. Reeves Jackson back from his another appearance on WEEI. And I'll send it to you with that fly ball.
Thank you, Daniel. This one lifted to center. And actually left center as Lampy gives way to the left fielder Hunter Jump. Actually, that's Lucas Costello who checks into the game for the Braves defensively, and he makes the catch for out number 1. And obviously, Daniel, another appearance here. 7th inning for Matt Jasek. I mean, unbelievable. When we got it from Indiana State, I have to be honest with you, I never would have thought he would have made this big of an impact on this Bourne Braves team.
It's astounding.
Unbelievable. Saves the bullpen and is in his 7th inning and is absolutely dealing.
8 pitches away from the 100 mark. This Indiana State, he could be, and pending a potential victory here tonight, could prove to be really the best addition we've gotten all season.
Without a doubt.
For guys that didn't start in day one like Christian Knapchick or Dalton Rushing.
Even Max Anderson, because he was always going to come
Yes,
here, but obviously the
exactly.
season started later. Guys that weren't expected to be here. As that one is a swing and a miss from the 9-hole hitter, Matt Donlin, tossed on a first by Peter Burns. And if Matt Jasek is able to retire, Jace Grady cannot wait to hear the ovation he's about to get coming off of this mound as he approaches pitch number 95 of the night.
The visitor side to our right, where the Cotuit fan base and the Kettleers dugout remains. You can just feel that it's a deflated attitude and atmosphere.
A swing and a miss, pulled a string on him. The changeup, that is spot on with that right there, Daniel. You really look over there over the railing, and it's some yawns, some heavy faces staring a 4-run deficit in the face as that one misses downstairs. But yeah, it was good to catch up with John Garner. Larry Egan just kind of talked about, you know, how this Braves team, bit of a roller coaster year. They've had struggles offensively at times, but really the thing and the part of this team that has carried through them through this season has been the pitching staff. We talked about Eric Adler, talked about how Matt Jasek, the second time that he completed through 6 innings against this Cotuit team, and now in the 7th. And talked about the impact that a guy like Max Anderson, especially at home, has made for this team. And especially that big 5-run third and how that could be the difference maker. 2-1.
A rare couple of balls from Jasek. Again, creeping closer towards 100 at 98 right now against Jace Grady, the top of the order, who's batting around approximately 500, 2 home runs in this series. I mean, he is the guy to get down.
Oh my, bat goes flying, and the cameraman, Ethan Kango from the Cape Cod Baseball League, dodges it. And my goodness, we've seen that multiple times at Doran Park this season.
We have. Thank goodness they have these nets around here, because someone would have been killed on the Cotuit side. Gets a hand from a teammate on the dugout with a new bat. Now all tarred up. And a payoff pitch. Again, Jasek could put this game closer to potentially Eric Adler time, maybe even Xavier Lovett, Nick and I were talking about.
3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. What a job by Matt Jasek here tonight at Doran Park. If that's his last pitch on pitch number 100, triple digits for Jasek, and gets the top of the order in Grady to go down on strikes. A huge ovation. It's time to stretch at Doran Park. Braves leading this one 5-1. Braves bats back up at the plate, home 7th, in the heart of the order, 3, 4, and 5. As Rushing steps in and takes a fastball away for ball 1 outside. Good changeup right there and a swing and a miss from Zach Fruit, who came in an inning ago out of Eastern Michigan, stranded a runner at third base after Colby Thomas reached on a base hit and an E6 on a throwing error. Nice pitch, center half, 1-2 the count.
Fruit looking comfortable here. Again, still don't feel comfortable enough, though, with a 4-run lead. I think the Braves fans can feel it, too.
Rushing, soft pop-up. Shallow center, Grady comes a long way. Still coming and makes the catch, calling off Matt Suggs. Arguably, that should have been Matt Suggs' ball. Didn't have to move very much, but Grady hauls it in nonetheless.
Yeah, Tanner Schobel now due up. Again, rushing, just getting under the ball a little bit too much there.
Number 27, Tanner Schobel.
He got on base with a walk, but other than that, he's been quiet tonight. Tanner Schobel. Now due up, excuse me, I was looking at Napchek, actually, his Cardinal teammate, but a double for him and a base knock. Dalton just getting a bit too far underneath it. A soft pop-up and a better defensive play from Jace Grady. Some good velocity from Fruit, who we saw at Lowell Park a few weeks ago.
Well, with Jacek through 7 innings for the Braves, all they have to do is piece it together for 2 more innings. We know who's going to get the 9th. If the Braves had the lead, that is good old Eric Adler. But the determination of who gets the 8th still yet to be known. Could it be Xavier Lovett? Could it be Ben Etheridge, who was warming up earlier in this game? Those are the most likely 2 answers. As 2-1 here to Schobel is outside 3-1. And Daniel, how huge would it be for the Braves today if they're able to win this game and save a guy like Jake Bennett for Game 1 of the championship series tomorrow night?
It would be huge, and to be able to preserve your bullpen is really half the battle. As Tanner Schobel, with 1 out, takes to first base, and you know, Jacek, we could see him. We don't know, first of all, if we can hold on to this lead, but if we move forward and into an extended championship series, I would love to see Jacek again as well. However, being able to preserve guys' arms during this game and have Jacek go 100 pitches is something that's almost invaluable.
Yeah, almost like a martyr, right? Like, you know that Jacek has an excellent chance to get you to the championship game, and you need to win this game. So what he's doing is he's giving you 7 strong innings, but a martyr in the sense of he throws 100 pitches, he won't be able to be pitched in the championship series. But what that does, as you mentioned, it saves a guy like Jake Bennett. And that's the sacrificial part of it, as Lampy skies this one above our heads. And into the host of fans that we have at Dorn Park, 3,000 plus strong here tonight. A record-breaking crowd. Home 7th, 1 away. And what that also does, it saves the rest of your bullpen. Not just a guy like Jake Bennett, but what if Bennett got into trouble? Then you would have had to go to more arms. So it preserves not just Bennett, but you think about the line that could have followed Jake. And even though the Braves won't be able to use Jacek, more than likely the rest of this postseason if they win tonight, they do have Austin Parsley, who could go in a potential Game 3. Lampy offers, he knows it, and he's down on strikes 2 away.
The second Lampy went to go at that ball, he knew it was the wrong decision. Here comes the first at-bat for Lucas Costello. Let's see if he can make a difference. We saw him in left field defensively. His first appearance to the plate. He's still, as we mentioned yesterday, trying to find his footing offensively.
Yeah, without a doubt. As Costello digs in with 2 away and fouls the first one off. And another guy, a starter for the Braves, that could be used in Game 2, who didn't throw very many pitches against Cotuit in Game 1 due to, him getting hit up a little bit, was Michael Sansone. So honestly, if the Braves are able to piece it together with 1 more inning and bridge it to Adler in the 9th, the amount of pitching we thought they would use this series would not even be close to what they actually used.
Well, one thing is for sure, the Brewster Whitecaps are going to pose one of the best pitching combinations. They're so stout defensively and on the mound that the Braves bats would need to show up.
You said defensively, you said on the mound, but one thing they do lack in is their offense. Their bats in their bottom half of the order, 3 guys that hit under 180 in the regular season.
Talk about velocity on that pitch. Wish we had a gun. It seems like we're really the only team that doesn't have the radar gun on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's us and 2 other teams, so 3 teams total. I did utilize Theo, our scout liaison. I said, what's J6 velo at today? He said 88 to 91, top 91. So just like Parsley, effective and locates well. And that one towards the head of Costello. 2 in a row up and in.
Fruit losing command, trying to wipe off his hand, but the Eastern Michigan pitcher, who we've seen before, is struggling with his accuracy. Not a time when Cotuit can really be allowing base runners on willy-nilly, especially with a bullpen that really, I can't think of many other names that you can go to for Roberts.
Costello lifts this one high and deep to left center field. Back goes Suggs, back is Grady, and on the warning track, Suggs, who lost his balance a bit, hauls it in for out number 3. As we join you back up here in the broadcast booth, Reeves Jackson with you. And now the Braves obviously up by 4, a 4-run lead. The question is, who's going to bridge the gap to Eric Adler? That's the question. And Calvin, who should we expect to see?
Well, Reeves, I don't know if anybody in the Braves bullpen or in the Braves dugout like physics, but building the bridge to getting to Eric Adler this season has been a major proposition for this Braves team. And you look at the game last night, Austin Parsley gives you 6 strong innings. Zach Agnos and Ben Etheridge build the bridge to get to the Braves reliever of the year. Tonight, there was definitely some question marks on how they would do that. Thank you, Joe. And they expected that it'd be a struggle to get to Eric Adler with some guys out of the pen. But Matt Jasek, they didn't expect to give him 7 strong innings tonight, going back out for a base. If he can get 3 more outs in this game, Eric Adler just needs 3 more from him, and the Braves have found a spot in the 2021 CCBL Championship Series.
Back up in the broadcast booth, Reeves Jackson. Calvin, great report. Well, we know who our bridge guy is now here in the top of the 8th inning with 100 pitches. Matt Jasek is going back out on the mound here for the Bourne Braves. And here, back up here against the Cotuit Kettleers, and a big part of this game, he's got the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Heart of this order with Carter Trice, Ryan Ritter, and Eric Brown Jr. First pitch, swing and a miss. Well, if the approach of Harvey Shapiro right now is, we got Jasek, and this is the last time we're going to be able to use him, because after this, his summer is over. Back to Indiana State he goes, because regardless if his pitch count was roughly 80, 85 or above, even maybe 70 and above, no way he was going to be brought back in the next 3 days to pitch. And maybe even less than that for a starting pitcher who is gone way above and beyond expectations in his 2 starts for the Braves. One and one the count. As that one catches the inner half here to Carter Trice, it is 1-2. Jasek now with 103 pitches. And this is a guy that wasn't not pitching before he came to the Bourne Braves team. Lined into center field, a base hit. So a leadoff single for Trice. We'll see just how long Harvey Shapiro wants to leave Jasek out there. Harvey Shapiro's on the front step. He's got Ben Etheridge, it appears, warming in the bullpen. Maybe it was until Jasek allowed his first hit. Well, get ready to hear this ovation from the Bourne crowd. Shapiro on his way out. And how about Jasek? He gets the hug from Peter Burns. The entire infield coming in. There is no better ovation than this one that Matt Jasek is receiving here tonight. Everyone on their feet. 7+ innings for Jasek. 5 hits, 1 run. It was not earned. And leaves this game in line for the win to send the Braves to the Cape Cod Baseball League Championship, leading 5-1. It is Ben Etheridge. He was warming up earlier in the game and takes over with a man on first in the form of Carter Trice. He's got a Ryan Ritter at the plate, who he struck out with a nasty slider in the 8th inning in relief of Zach Agnos just yesterday afternoon. That game ending just before 8 o'clock last night. Right around 7:35, 1-0, and that's swung on and fouled back to the screen. 1-1 the count. Ritter today is 0 for 3. Reached on an air over there by Max Anderson. Flew out to right and bounced over to Dalton Rushing for a 3 unassisted putout. That single by Trice was the 5th hit of the game for the Kets. Swing and a miss. A healthy fastball there from Ben Etheridge. As Ritter behind of the count here, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Daniel, I really like the decision to go to Ben Etheridge, who was so effective a night ago.
Yeah, and even the other Southern Miss kid, Tyler Stewart, wouldn't be surprised if we were to have seen him tonight. But Ben Etheridge is the most logical decision to me. You know, didn't get a lot of work yesterday at Lowell Park. Try and ride him into Eric Adler tonight.
Big 2-2. And that's a swing and a miss. Back in the dirt again. First base occupied, so Ritter can't go anywhere. And that is another strikeout for Ritter. And in 2 consecutive plate appearances against Etheridge, 2 strikeouts, both on that nasty slider. Yesterday's was down and away. This one down and in, and got Ritter out on his front foot. The crazy thing about this game still is that it can change with 1 swing of the bat. Just a 4-run deficit, so you got to limit as many Kettleers base runners from reaching as you can.
Again, it's that bend and don't break mentality that the Braves have adopted today. Etheridge looking to do the same, but Jacek was so good at responding in kind when he let up a hit or even let up a pass ball or a stolen base. And really that's what has made all the difference for him in this game. Only 5 runs allowed through 7. I mean, that's really impressive stuff.
2-0 the count. After Eric Brown, you have Noah Bridges. The Kettleers fans waiting nervously on the visiting side, trying to mount a comeback as Brown lifts this one high and deep to left. Costello going back near the warning track, hauls it in for out number 2.
Oh boy, I thought that was gone, really. I was almost going to give you the home run signal on the call.
We do it to each other. And I thought so for a minute. It had the carry, and we've seen Brown do that. I think he might have just gotten it off the end of the bat. Something to note here about Cotuit, they have no come-from-behind victories when trailing after the 5th inning this season.
Wow.
Isn't that something?
Talk about the exact opposite for
Right?
Bourne.
Bourne, a resilient team all around offensively, and we're going to knock on wood up here in the booth.
You think about the
but
Hyannis.
Cotuit, not for them.
Exactly. You think about the Hyannis game at home here. You think about Colby Thomas hitting that blast that sent 3 home, and even Peter Burns against Orleans.
You think about Harwich on the road. You think about even Hyannis, where they scored 5 in the 8th, trailing 1-0 on the road. As that one is a strike, 0-2.
Again, this is huge to send this to the top of the 9th with Eric Adler on, and again, another Cotuit Kettleer that could potentially be stranded.
Fans clapping, big 0-2 here from Etheridge. Inside, doesn't get the call.
Still at 1-2, Etheridge just trying to ride the energy of the fans.
Well, this is a true playoff atmosphere tonight at Doran Park. 1-2. Chopper, right to Rushing, gets the big hop, runs over and touches the bag, and Ben Etheridge, in relief of Jacek, a strong inning, and leaves a Kettleers runner aboard. Braves will have one more shot at the plate to add some insurance runs before it's Eric Adler's turn to slam the door. Bottom of the 8th inning, Reeves Jackson and Daniel Coates pleased to be back with you. As we're going to get a look at a pinch hitter for Ben Hubert. It's going to be from Belmont University, Logan Jarvis, who actually got a big piece of a ball on Monday. Or excuse me, on Friday, excuse me. And a double to right center.
Logan Jarvis.
Jarvis got a base knock yesterday. Good to see him back in the lineup with Colby Thomas on deck. Would love to see what Colby Thomas can do on the on-deck circle and at the plate. He was hit by a pitch and reached on I believe they called that a hit in his last appearance.
It was a base hit and then an E6 on the throw. As Will Jacobson, Harvard right-hander, takes over for the Kettleers. Also a fairly new pitcher for this Ketts team. As Donlin turning around asking where that first pitch was, but Jarvis gets a favorable call. Well, Bourne, after their turn at the plate is done this inning, would be 3 outs away from their first CCBL championship berth since 2017. And the last time they were in the ship, Daniel, they played the Brewster Whitecaps and lost 2-1. So sweet revenge could be the Bourne Braves' time coming. 1-2.
If we're able to hold on to this lead, I'll tell you what, that's going to be as much of a dogfight as this series is, because Brewster is poised and ready. I mean, they took down the Harwich Mariners in 2 quick games, and an unfortunate end to last night's game with a balk that scored a run. However, Brewster's a deserving team, as they were in 2017 as well, winning that championship series.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it would be the number 1 overall seed and the number 2 overall seed. The number 1 in the East, number 1 in the West, facing off at Doran Park tomorrow night. And I can imagine the crowd that will be here for the first 3. If necessary, the third. It's 3-2 here to Logan Jarvis. 7, 8, and 9, Jarvis, Thomas, and Peter Burns. Eric Adler getting hot in the Braves' pen.
Reliever of the year.
Payoff here from Jacobson. That's low, ball 4.
Nice job from Jarvis. Really made Jacobson work a 6-pitch at bat. He takes the upper hand with Colby Thomas now, and to add a couple more runs, I mean, how much more comfortable can Eric Adler get than coming in with a lead in the bottom of the 9th, or the top of the 9th, I should say. If Colby Thomas can do something here tonight, that would just be an extra boost of reassurance.
Good breaking ball there from Jacobson. The Braves can lock it up. We would likely see Jake Bennett tomorrow night in Game 1 of the championship. Games 2 and 3 yet to be decided, obviously, but have a good feeling that let's see maybe Sansone and Parsley in Games 2 and 3 if they're able to pitch, obviously. Colby Thomas's family is in town here for the weekend. Austin Parsley's family is also in town, his mom. They have enjoyed watching these Braves the past 3 nights, especially the past 2. As Colby, a soft pop-up behind the first base bag in foul territory. Martorella over and makes a nice catch in foul territory for the first out.
And Colby Thomas, if you can remember, early on in the season, had trouble popping up. The ball was getting out on pop-ups and flyouts, and a pop-up there, but Colby Thomas has been able to straighten it out. It has been so productive for the Braves all season long. And Peter Burns steps back into the batter's box.
Here is Peter Burns, who blasted a solo shot last night. He's 1 for 2, a walk, a run scored, and an RBI infield single here today. try to extend this Braves inning. They would love some insurance, although they're up by 4. Could eliminate a potential grand slam. I think the story of this game really overall sums up as the Kettleers just ran out of pitching. From a start with, obviously, O'Donnell, when I was on the air with WEI and Daniel, they were baffled as to why O'Donnell was pulled. Obviously, it has to be an external factor, either with him making his first appearance and the amount of pitches he was allowed to throw, but it was an interesting decision nonetheless, and obviously they had faith in the rest of the guys to come in there and get it done.
Yeah, it was a funny move by Roberts. It was a very quick pull. He looked really comfortable in his first start and his first appearance, so would be interested to get to the bottom of that.
Good pitch there by Jacobson. Finds the outer corner for strike 2. Two here to Pete. Downstairs, 3-2.
Here comes the on-base king.
Yes.
Doing what he does best. Fatiguing these pitchers, and we could be looking at 2 straight walks potentially, or 2 walks in this half inning.
Could reach base for the 3rd time today if he's able to get aboard here with a Walker base hit. There goes Jarvis. That's downstairs, ball 4. Gets away from the catcher, Donlin, but Jarvis can only take a turn around second, and now the Braves turn it over to the top of the order. And you got to like their chances with Knapczyk and Anderson coming up to play at least one more run heading to the 9th.
And the top of the order to add on a few more runs would just be icing on the cake, especially for, you look over at Cotuit's side, they seem incredibly deflated, almost as if they understand the situation. They ran out of pitching. There's still no action in the bullpen out in right field because there is really no one to go to.
I think it's safe to say this could have been a very different series, especially after Game 1, had the Kettleers been able to turn to Jake Brooks and Dalton Rogers. Obviously, Brooks, you hate it for the kid, and obviously unfortunate for the Kettleers, but they lost arguably their best pitcher, the UCLA kid, with a hip impingement. And then with Dalton Rogers, an undisclosed injury, he was released first. Jake Brooks hasn't been released. He's still with the team. In case they got to the championship, he thought maybe he would be able to pitch, but looking bleak for the Kettleers right now, and the Braves will take that. 1-1.
Knapczyk 0 for 3. He got on base in the 3rd with a walk and ended up scoring. After a multi-hit game yesterday, no hits on the day today.
A foul ball there by Knapczyk. One and 2 the count. Anderson on deck. This crowd is not fluttered at all. They have stuck strong throughout the night, looking to see the Braves make their first CCBL championship in 3 seasons. And Knapczyk goes down on strikes. Throw back down to second base is behind Jarvis. He'll stick there.
A very hesitant swing from Knapczyk. A quiet day, but I'll tell you what, the middle of this lineup continues to impress me, as well as the latter half. Not necessarily the most hits we've seen, but the way that they have been able to swing guys around the base path, get on base, force walks, get hit by pitches even. Here's a guy that I would love to see come away with a hit here, Max Anderson. As we mentioned, the Nebraska Cornhusker, the Big Ten Freshman of the Year. He struck out in his last appearance, and that ended the 6th inning.
0-1 the count here to Max Anderson. Leaves that one downstairs. If the Braves take it home when Adler comes on in the 9th inning, Bourne would be seeking their second CCBL championship in team history, the lone one coming in 2009. And for Brewster, in their history, just 2 championships. So 2 of the lower teams on the totem pole as far as CCBL history is concerned, as Harvey Shapiro dances out of the way of that foul ball in the third base coach's box, just behind it in the warning track gravel. So this isn't your YD Red Sox, your Cotuit Kettleers. YD winning 3 consecutive titles in the 2010s. Cotuit obviously 17-time champions. Coined the New York Yankees of the league by some, as Anderson fouls that one away. Even the Wareham Gatemen with multiple championships. The Falmouth Commodores have a long history of success. As far as team history goes, the Bourne Braves and the Brewster Whitecaps, the history's not that rich. So 2 teams, if the Braves can win, looking to write their own story.
Of course, 2 organizations that have plenty of professional talent and plenty of history. It's just really, when you look at it, the titles aren't there for us to be able to go into the postseason and really bring that momentum that we had throughout the entire regular season with single digits in the loss column, and to be able to prove that we're the same team in the postseason as we were in the regular season. It's something special, and I'll tell you what, these guys are here to get Bourne number 2, championship number 2, and to get revenge against the Brewster Whitecaps, that would make it all sweeter.
Yeah, they are determined as ever, this team is. Finished the regular season 24-9-3, the first ever single-digit loss season in Bourne Braves history, as Max Anderson had a bug fly in the air, it looks like. I have a few flying up around our press box right now. Not as bad as that one night, right?
They're everywhere. Oh my gosh, that one night was absolutely disgusting.
Deuce is wild. Around here. 2-2. 2 outs, 2 on. Anderson goes down swinging, and that'll end the 8th. Well, the Braves are 3 outs away from going back to the Cape Cod Baseball League Championship. Reeves Jackson and Daniel Coates back with you here, top of the 9th inning, as Eric Adler is on for the Braves in his 17th appearance of the season. Eric Adler, fresh off of winning Relief Pitcher of the Year here in the CCBL in 2021. The Braves faithful making some noise. And Daniel, boy, do we have an exciting top of the ninth on our hands. The Braves leading by 4, 3 outs away here from history.
5-1. And Eric Adler, I mean, how about a suitable player to be on the mound for this type of moment? 5-1 against the Cotuit Kettleers, who will have 3 outs to work with. If they're unable to do it, the Braves make it to the championship series for the first time since 2017. Oh, by the way, that was against the Brewster Whitecaps, which we lost. Revenge could be on the horizon.
Well, the Kettleers send their 6, 7, and 8 hitters. We'll see Eldridge Figueroa, who pinch hits here for the Kettleers. And to take you through this exciting last top of the ninth inning, I turn things over to Daniel Coates.
Adler for the 17th time. He'll face Figueroa, pinch hitting. And he'll be dealing, as always, from the stretch. No one on to the top of the ninth. The Braves have a 4-run lead, and there we go. Mid-90s. Like knife through butter. Hot knife through butter, I should say. 0-1. Another pitch beautifully placed low and outside, and Figueroa, just like a blink in an eye, is down 0-2.
If you can't tell, he's fired up. You're not watching the same game.
The crowd propelling Adler in an 0-2 count. Missing outside. Not able to bait Figueroa. A guy who's batting 2 for 4 throughout the postseason and has been in and out of the lineup for the Kettleers. The 1-2. Fastball in the inner half just misses.
I don't have a radar gun on Adler up here, but I'm sure, just as last night, that fastball reaching 98, wouldn't be shocked if it was there again here tonight.
Adler looking calm and collected as always. 2-2 to Figueroa. Grounder over to Knapczyk, fielded cleanly, the throw. Great backhand scoop from Dalton Rushing. From one Cardinal to another for out number 1. Adler's 2 outs away from a CCBL championship series.
From Cal Berkeley, number 18, Nathan Martorella.
Nathan Martorella, the 7 spot, will be due up. He had a hit back in the second. Talk about silencing a Cotuit Kettleers team who posted 15 runs in game 1 of this series.
I'm not going to lie, the series looked bleak after that game, Daniel. It really did. But this team continues to show fight and resiliency. Knapczyk is playing Martorella pretty far up the middle from his normal shortstop position. Now he's brought back over a little bit to the left.
0-1. Another breaking ball, but that one just misses. Knotted up with 1 out in the top of the 9th. Looking for 2 wins in a row. The 1-1. Fastball missing upstairs to Martorella, who's now ahead, and the Bourne Braves fan base does not agree with that call.
Yeah, definitely a little high.
Grounder over to Rushing. Can of corn once again. 2 outs, 1 out away. The Brewster Whitecaps on the horizon, and with a 4-run lead, Eric Adler looks to shut out this series and give the Braves victory in 3. What a moment.
Fans on their feet. This is a moment right here, I tell you.
Last opportunity for the Cotuit Kettleers. Traveling on the road. Adler in his 17th appearance. And he starts him off with a breaking ball that drops in the zone. This is Matt Suggs. The 0-1, another cut and a miss. One strike away, 0-2 to Matt Suggs. For the 17th time, Adler, the king of the 9th inning, to Suggs. Breaking ball, chopped down third base line and fielded by head coach Mike Roberts. The Demon Deacon one strike away. The delivery. Swing and a miss! Adler does it for the 17th time. For the first time since 2017, the Bourne Braves punched their ticket to the big dance. The Braves win in 3, and how about that for a team who's had a flair for the dramatics all season? They win the West Division in the regular season, and they do it against the Cotuit Kettleers in 3. We're going to be facing the Brewster Whitecaps, looking for revenge for that loss in 2017. Title hopes on the horizon, and they're one step closer. And how about this game, Eric Adler, for the 17th time? We get it done, and we are going to the ship, Reeves.
How about this, Daniel? I tell you what, this team is just different. They are. To come back down 1-0 in the series and get a big win at Lowell Park, probably the toughest place to play in all of the Cape. Chatham might be one of the best and most, I think it's called venerable stadiums, but Lowell Park, I tell you what, that place is tough to play in. There were about 4,500 fans at Lowell Park yesterday, and the Braves went in there, picked up a 10-4 win. They had the momentum coming into this game. I said it all along, you never want to lose game 1, but if you have to split a series 1-1, you definitely want to be on the winning end of game 2, heading into the final game. And the Braves, that big third inning, that's where all the runs came. 6 combined runs in that inning, and the Braves walk away going to the championship.
Incredible stuff, Reeves. And you look all around, every single fan, it seems, has stayed in their spots, and I think really what propelled this team was the fan base today. You can just feel how important this is to the community, how important this is for the guys on the field, and really for Harvey Shapiro's squad all around. It's a special atmosphere here. We are going ring chasing, and we're going to be facing the Brewster Whitecaps, the team who beat us in 2017. We're looking for our second CCBL championship. That one last coming in 2009. And as special as this season is, so too has the postseason. And how about Jacek? I mean, he's really the MVP of this game. He pitched an absolute gem and really was the leader in the 5-1 affair we had on our hands.
7 innings, 103 pitches, 7+ that is. Gave up the base hit to Carter Trice. Ben Etheridge, who's been phenomenal in short work here in this postseason the past 2 days. And then how about Eric Adler? Strikes out Matt Suggs to end the game. But the player of the game, Matt Jacek, it's not even a question. What he has done in his 2 outings here for the Bourne Braves, the 2 longest outings of any Braves pitcher this season, 6 innings against the Cotuit Kettleers team, and then 7 innings. And you said it best on the air the other day, Harvey Shapiro's not afraid to show confidence in guys even after short work, because just 1 outing for Jacek, and who just landed this morning from a wedding after last night, landed early this morning, and comes in and puts on this performance. It's nothing short of phenomenal.
Phenomenal is exactly the word I would describe for Jacek's performance tonight, as well as this postseason, and really this season as a whole. And what a better way to end with a ring on our fingers. But we're going to be facing the Brewster Whitecaps, who we have had quite some duels with them in the past in the regular season. We should be expecting a good one, as we were expecting a good one, and we certainly got one. Against the Cotuit Kettleers, the Braves win in 3 and take down their rivals, who are just down the road. Whew.
Wow.
What a game.
What a game.
And we're going to have a couple of more. First one being tomorrow night at Doran Park. Once again, myself and Reeves will be on the call. The Bourne Braves win 5-1, and we're back in the championship series for the first time since 2017. We'll see you tomorrow. And as always, thank you from our broadcast team, our production crew, everyone involved in making this happen. And most of all, thank you all for tuning in, all of you viewers breaking the records tonight. We love you, and we love our Braves. We're going to the championship. We'll see you tomorrow night against the Brewster Whitecaps.